Bommal's down. Bommal 90. This says that this is my best. My best in terms of turns and time. Excuse me. I don't think that's true. I feel like I used to have a one-shot Nishak team. The YST team that he came up with a couple of years ago, which is awesome, by the way. And I thought it worked. I mean, I felt like I was using it for at least a couple of months before I broke it because I changed the speed tune of my Arbiter. But anyway, just quickly here, if you are interested in this, this is a a relatively quick team. It can be faster than this. I know that this is not as fast as this can go. So basically what this is you run mostly just damage dealers. Lady Kimmy is here for extra speed. I'm not really sure that that's necessary. She does give a nice speed aura to Lady Annabelle. Lady Annabelle is going to solo this, solo this. She's going to solo this some of the way. Now, the important thing here is that I also use Lady Annabelle for Scarab Boss sometimes because she's just easy. But you can't have, or I can't have a Blood Shield ring on. If you have a Blood Shield ring on, that gives you a buff. And then Bommal uses that buff against you. So he puts bombs on you and does all sorts of things to create extra damage based on those bombs. I probably should have manualed this the whole way. Now we've got Coronar doing Coronar things. I don't need to take that damage. That's so annoying. This has never happened. Of course, I get in the live stream and it happens right away. I've run this just like twice today just to make sure that I was speed tuned properly. Okay, so you want to come into this with all your cooldowns. Now, remember, anytime you turn meter reduce Bommal, he drops a Dread Bomb. And you don't want to drop a Dread Bomb yet. Okay, you want to make sure that you don't. So what we're going to do is we're just going to place a turn meter fill and an increased speed buff on everybody. Okay. Now, when you land debuffs, you also get bombs, but it's kind of hard here. So let's just A1 and not land debuffs. We do want to land these debuffs. Want that weaken. And now we want the bombs here. What we're going to do is we're going to do an A1 as well. And we're hoping to get 3 bombs. 2 bombs would be nice. Okay, so now we've got 4 bombs. Now, you can go with the decreased defense here. You can try to land a decreased defense, and that'll make Newt hit harder. Or you could go for the HP burn right now, because this is the best time to use it. So I'm going to go for the HP burn. And now what we want to do is, well, yeah, okay. So the HP burn messed up the Nishak activation. That's okay though. As you can see, now you would have activated the, the skills. All right, so we do want to get the freeze on the bombs if we can. And now the question is going to be, is Lady Annabelle going to survive? And she should. Okay, so now I can just put her on manual. Or on auto, rather. And you see, it's 95% of the way done, right? Between Nishak, Ninja, and Newt, you get most of Bommal done here. This is floor 90 hard, I think. We can check it. I'm pretty sure this is 90 hard. So then she'll just take it the rest of the way. And she should actually probably be faster than our previous run. So this will be our new fastest run. There you go. So 63 turns, 3 minutes 56. I do think I could do it faster. Potentially. I could pull Lady Annabelle out of here and bring in like another damage dealer and go faster. Right? But she's sort of the insurance policy. Like if everybody dies before the boss does, she gives me a guaranteed win. I don't know that I've programmed this AI specifically. So like if I just let the AI take it, it would probably not be as clean, but let's see. Yeah, I haven't programmed this into the AI, so I'm trying to think of who, like an ally attack would be great, right? An ally attack could be good. So we could put in Cardiel here. Wukong works great in conjunction with Lady Annabelle. I don't know that I have a really hard-hitting champion where I'm like, oh yeah, that's going to close the gap. Takeovers are free, Kelvin. Yep, we just draw them. We could try like an Annex. Or a Whisper. I think my Annex is built at the moment. I don't really know. He's Bloodthirst. 237 speed. 150 crit damage. So not great. Not masteried. He has his masteries, but he's not built. Oh. All right, Bronzelock is built pretty well. That's kind of funny. I don't know that she's going to bring enough damage, though. What about Whisper? How's Whisper built right now? He's in Relentless. 260 crit damage. Not awful. Got her full masteries. We could try Whisper. We could try Whisper. See if that closes the gap. I'm wondering if we get rid of Lady Annabelle. And let's just bring in Cardio. And go for that ally attack. All right, so I think we're going to use... Yep. All right, so that's definitely faster in the first wave, but it's the second wave that's actually the problem. I think we got to use the freeze. I want to make sure I have the bombs available for Bommal right away. I'm not really using any special skills. I'm just kind of A1ing through here. Could probably get away with using some skills. I would put this in the AI if it works. Make it go faster. Hey, Luke. Let's say hi to everybody. Gear, hi. Adrian, Pavel Grabowski, Zonde, Dinky, Suzanne Johansson in the house. Good to see everybody. Barat, reactions. Can you take over my ID too, brother? Yeah, well, we'll see. We shall see. We're going to have a drawing in a little bit. I started a little bit early today just because I was ready to go. Crop is in the house. Crop show. I hope the dog is doing well, my friend. All right, so this is what I'm saying. Like, if we do this, now we will get a turn meter decrease. If we do the ally attack now, we get a turn meter decrease, which gives us the bombs, which messes up Nishak. Oh, we didn't get the weaken. But we have a chance to get a weaken and a decreased defense here, right? No, weaken. So he must take 2 turns there. Or no, he cleanses. That's what it was. He removes all of his buffs, right? I don't know. Whatever. I don't think we're going to get this without Lady Annabelle. I think we're in trouble. Still don't have a weekend. But Newt's in good shape. Because I think he died and got revived. Nope. Yeah. I think I'd have to mess around with it quite a bit to get that to work. But so I think we go back to this. I mean, it was quick enough. 3 minutes and 56 seconds, 63 turns. If I plug this into the AI, I'm pretty sure I could get it to 100%. All right, who else is here? Dinky, Angelica, good to see you both. Sindragore, Caveman, Darth, Hawk Gaming. Hello, YouTube unsub me from you. Really? That's interesting. Sure you didn't accidentally click something? Late at night, you're clicking around on videos and you unsubbed for some reason. Happens. Hey, Wesley. Good to see you. That's some of our newer members of the Barbarian Horde here. DSN says, my eyes are, wow, wonky this morning. After 3 months of thinking, watching videos and tutorials, I started to start playing Raid. By the way, I've watched your video and live here on YouTube. Well, welcome to Raid. I hope it goes well for you. It's a fun game. Don't let them steal your wallet because they want your money. But free-to-play life is entirely viable. I mean, if you want to spend wisely. That's totally fine. Dark, good to see you, buddy. How's the son? Not the editor? Son, the editor, is doing just fine. Yeah, he's living the life. And then my son who is my son, of whom I am the father, is doing absolutely great. He had his 4-month checkup recently. He's a healthy, happy baby boy. And yeah, we've got all the families coming into town this weekend to meet him, and we're having our baptism. So he's getting baptized, which we weren't sure we were going to do, but we decided to do. But it's really nice because, like, we got married during the pandemic, and so our wedding only had 15 people. And now we're going to have it's like 60 or 70 people coming. You know, it's not as big as the wedding would have been, but it's a lot of the people we didn't get to see for the wedding. So it's going to be fun. You just finished what? watching Nub and YST CVC. They had a collab. Cool. Verso, hey man. X-Ace, Exile, Sauce in the house. James Burton. Croucho asks, Colred, question about Bommal. After what time in the game did you manage to deal with him at 90 hard? It's a good question. And I don't remember on my main account. I don't remember. I would say somewhere between 6 and 12 months would be my guess. I wasn't pushing Doom Tower hard really actively until probably about the 8 or 9 month mark. And then I think I found a solution relatively quickly, you know, so it was probably before a year. So it was probably somewhere around like the 10 month mark. That would be my guess. But with other accounts that I've run, alt accounts where I knew more and I was pushing Doom Tower hard, I was able to solve Bommal much faster. So I think the fastest I ever cleared Doom Tower hard was about 90 days. And that was really fast. That was really fast. And I don't think that was a Bommal clear. I think the fastest I cleared Bommal 90 was probably around 4 or 5 months. So call it like 140 days, 130, 140 days. Bommal 90 is hard. And I would say if you have Lady Annabelle, if you pull Lady Annabelle, she is a very good solution. I'll show you how I built mine. She is overbuilt, but not by a lot. Because she is now a +2, which she wasn't when I originally solved this. And also, you know, I've gotten some additional like area bonuses and Great Hall stuff. But this is basically the build that she had. So you can see what she's running in Doom Tower. So it's 88,000 HP, 2,600 defense, 250 speed. She does have some accuracy. I don't think her accuracy is high enough to land anything on Bommal, so you don't have to worry about extra debuffs. Got a frog in my throat today. Sorry about that. The resistance is not high enough either. I'm not really. I didn't specifically go for either the accuracy or the resistance. Now, I remember specifically building her, and I got her to like 75, 76,000 HP, and I had like 3,500 defense. And I kept dying, and I was trying to push the defense higher and higher and higher, because there's a time when Bommal hits directly. Like, he's not using a bomb, he's not using a debuff, he just smacks you with a club, right? And that was typically what was killing me, and that's the only hit where defense mattered. But what I found is, by reinvesting more into HP, my regen was more, so that when he came around for that hit, I actually had more HP. So I think you only need around 2.5k defense. I think it's a mistake to push the defense too high at the expense of HP. So I think probably you're looking at 70 to 75,000 as a total minimum. And then, you know, 2.5k if you're running, say, 240 plus. If you're running faster, you might be able to get away with a little bit less HP. So this is a really nice build, and she solos Bommal fine. In fact, I think I think she might be able to get to Bommal by herself. I haven't done this in a long time. I'm just going to run this and see. I think she gets to Bommal okay. So again, the speed aura from Lady Kimmy is just helpful for regen, right? Because, you know, she's running, Lady Annabelle's running at 250 speed, but you get that extra 30% speed aura, and that just makes her so fast. So that was a hit. And destroyed max HP, which is interesting. So one of the things about this is that I've changed blessings and like multiple times, and I've changed like sort of setups multiple times. Okay, so this is not going to work. So we have to have a team to get her past this. So let's see if we just ran. See if this. Hey LFC, good to see you. Is Cornelia good for Bommal? I don't know. I don't run Cornelia. YST would be the channel to check for that. I think he's got a lot of stuff on Cornelia. I don't like the champion, so I don't run her. Hey Tulsi, good to see you. Annabelle and Ishak. Yeah, Nishak is very strong into Bommal. You need the right team around him, but yeah, he's awesome. So the question here is, will she die? Oh, and there it is. She's good. I mean, once you get to this stage, she doesn't die. So, oh, actually, oh, there she goes. Yeah, so I think, obviously if you could get the resist on her to resist the HP burns, that would help a little bit. Or resist the bombs. That would help. But really, it's just a matter of time now. It's just a matter of speed. So, we let her run, and it's like you can, if you don't have enough damage, you can hit the turn limit. And I did that originally. I built her for Bommal 70 and she cleared it, but then she got to 90, or not 70, 60 or 50, whatever it is, Bommal 50, I think. And then she got to 90 and she got him to like 5%, and then she maxed out on the turn. Damn it. And I think at the time she was running, maybe Miracle Heal or something. She was running a defensive blessing, and I had to put her into Phantom Touch. But so this is how I did it, back in the day. And this wasn't my first clear. The first clear I did with like a legit team that just I had to manual. And I used Shiromani to freeze the bombs, and I might have used Helicath. I might have used Helicath to block the damage. I'm pretty sure I did. I think I used Shiromani to freeze the bombs, Helicath to block damage. I used Cardiel for a cleanse and a block buffs. I might have used Ninja as well. I might have used Ninja as a backup freezer and damage dealer. And then this was like when Ninja had just come out. Ninja was relatively new at this time, so I think I had just built Ninja. Yeah, I don't think I had him more than maybe maybe 2 months, 3 months, something like that. And then I probably had like Scylla the Drakes or something as the reviver and healer. But this will go. All right. Yeah, you can definitely run Sun Wukong in here. When Sun Wukong dies, it actually heals her, so it's better. In terms of like survivability, you can actually kind of get away with a little bit less of a build on her. So if you have Sun Wukong and you don't have the stats that I just showed you, like you don't need those stats, but the stats we talked about for this, you could try putting her in with Sun Wukong, and then he's going to bring you a little bit of damage. And then when he dies, he heals her. The best thing is if you have a brimstone on him, right? Because you really want him to land those brimstones. and that would speed this up considerably. If you don't have a brimstone on him, you know, like you could, if you have like a cruelty or I don't know, like a reaper or something, like, you know, there are other abilities that'll give you a little bit of a benefit, but not a lot. But brimstone is easily the best one. So if you have a 5-stone or 6-star brimstone, then you're in great shape. If not, you know, even a 1-star brimstone will speed things up a little bit. I don't run my Wukong with brimstone, so it's not actually significantly faster. I did a test. This was like 8 or 10 months ago when I did the video on Bommal. I did a test with Lady Annabelle and then with Lady Annabelle and Wukong. And what I found is at lower levels, Wukong and Lady Annabelle were faster. And at higher levels, Lady Annabelle was actually faster on her own. And part of the reason was because I wasn't running brimstone. So Wukong wasn't bringing a whole lot. And then the extra animations just slowed down the run, right? Like, because he had to like die, respawn, attack, die, respawn, attack. Like, and it was just the extra animation. So it may have happened like in fewer turns, but the actual clock took longer. So rather than being, you know, a 7-minute run, it was like an 11 or 12-minute run. I was like, why would I do that? You know? But there is this window where like your Lady Annabelle build is not quite good enough, and Wukong might get you over the top because his deaths actually heal her. And so there is this window where it's like that duo might solve it for you where the solo champion won't. So you could consider that. Yeah, Ace, that team is basically what I just showed you, except instead of Wukong, I had Ninja, and instead of Yumiko, I had Lady Kimmy. I don't have a reset champion. If I had a reset champion, trust me, I would be using it. I need a Kaimar so bad. I need a Kaimar so bad. Yeah, it's not worth trying to resist, I don't think. I don't really bother trying to resist. You just regen through it. And you can see this is not going to be bad. This is going to be a 7-minute run. 710? 707. Not bad, right? And it would be faster if I brought in like a more of a glass cannon team. Like you could certainly bring a seer team in here, a seer comp or a poison explosion comp to blow up the waves a lot faster and probably drop this down to, you know, maybe even like a 5-minute run. Like you could probably do this in about 5 minutes or 5.5, maybe with the Lady Annabelle, maybe 6. And if I get her to +4, it's going to be even easier, right? So at some point I'll do that. You can't clear the first stage of Bommal hard with Lady Annabelle at level 50. It might be the build, because it's hard to say. It's hard to say if you could do that, right? I don't know for sure that you could. Let's see. Is this floor 90? Yeah, it's floor 90. So, you know, I think with a really good build on Lady Annabelle at 50, she might be able to do it. But now the gear requirements are really high. So a couple of things that you can think about is if you have any area bonus, you know, medals, you could throw that into Doom Tower. And what you would want to focus on here would be speed and HP. Okay. Defense is less important. You could bring a little bit of defense, but those two are really the most important. I'm surprised. I actually have fewer Doom Tower area bonuses than I thought. Speaking of which, let me do my. I don't think we can get both today. 5,000 tournament points for CVC. There we go. Two more affinity bonuses, and the Great Hall is done. It's gonna take 3.5 years. 3.5 years to complete this. Now you could do it faster than I did, but I didn't like slack. I was not. I mean, there was a 1.5 years where I don't think I missed an arena fight a day. Like on average, I probably average more than 35 arena fights a day. For like 18 months. Every single day I was trying to get this done. This is just crazy. Yeah, Ace, I slacked for the first 3 months too. And then I turned it on. I realized how good this was. And then I was like, okay, I went after it. And then for a year and a half, every day, I mean, I maxed out every day with, you know, a few exceptions. But I'd say, you know, 99% of the days maxed out. And yet, you know, and now I would say I'm probably doing like 60 or 70% for the last year since I've been a content creator. Maybe a little bit better, maybe 75%. And still takes forever. You don't have Annabelle, Burngiri, or the rat, so you had to find another solution. I do. There are other solutions. There are absolutely other solutions. I'll show you one. Why not? We're here. We're hanging out. We're talking Bommal. Let's do another solution. Okay, so let's try this on 90 just to see. Yeah, it's a little tricky because like the champions that I've run, you know, like I had Cardiel 3 months into the game. You know, like I got really lucky with my first Void Legendary. But let's see what we can do here. We do want a speed aura. I'm not going to use Lady Kimmy. Let's use a different speed aura. That could maybe work. We could do that. This would be better, probably. Podrick is an interesting option, actually. Yeah, Podrick. Right? Because he has an ally attack. Phil's turn meter increased speed. But he has this. He has a 50% chance of decreasing the cooldown of a random ally's active skill by 2 turns. He does place buffs that you can't get away from, and buffs are kind of a problem. Debuffs are also a problem. You want to watch out for buffs and debuffs. Like, you can use them. I'm not saying you can't use them, but you want to understand how they work. So the thing about debuffs. All right, so first of all, your buffs. The rain of bombs removes all buffs from all enemies, then attacks them, places a bomb debuff on each enemy that detonates after 2 turns, places an additional bomb for each buff removed. Okay, so if you have a whole bunch of buffs, he puts a whole bunch of bombs on. Now, as far as the debuffs are concerned, each time an enemy places a debuff, this places a bomb on you that detonates after 2 turns. Now, the problem with the bombs is the bombs stun. They do damage, obviously, but they also stun all of your team. So they have a 25% chance of stunning your whole team. Turn meter reduction is also an issue. So what I think we're going to do here is we're going to do... Let's try a cooldown reduction team with block damage. So I'm going to bring in Ninja because everybody has Ninja right now. I don't know that Ninja's accuracy is actually enough. It's at 280, so kind of low. Let's see. Now, I did this originally with Shirmani, but I don't think I need her on this team right now. All right, so I do want a block damage champion. I'm going to bring in my Helicath. Let's see if the Helicath has enough accuracy to land his weaken. I don't know if he does or not. 259. So he probably won't land his weaken. You can see he's fast at 267. Ooh, Wixwell. I haven't tried this with Wixwell. Wixwell would be kind of interesting. Because he prevents the stuns, right? With his... That's kind of... I would bring Newt for damage, but since we're bringing Ninja, let's stay away from Newt for now. So we've got our Reviver, we got a block damage. We do need a cooldown reduction champion. Ninja's not great for this, actually, because his HP burn doesn't really work well. So maybe we should do a different damage dealer. We do want... I would like a decreased defense and a weaken that could land, and neither one of these are going to land. Let's see who's got both. I know Lydia, but that's not really friendly, is it? Razin. You're bringing Razin. That's relatively friendly. I know not everybody has him, but it's relatively friendly. It's got 303 accuracy. He's slow. 183. He's got Brimstone. How many stars is he? 1 star. All right, let's bring in Scylla the Drake. Where's my Syl? In here somewhere, isn't she? You see her? Shout her out. There she is. Okay, so it's all legendaries, but it's 3 free legendaries. I mean, maybe I could do this without. I mean, the block damage is really the key if you have the block damage, but maybe we could do it with an unkillable. We don't have the cooldown reduction that we were talking about. All right, I'm going back. I'm going back. I'm doing this. I only have so many options. There we go. Let's do something else. Let's do something. I don't have a Geomancer. People keep saying Geomancer. I don't own Geomancer. All right, I'm going to do this instead. Let's just try this. So we've got a Reviver. We've got 3 healers. We've got a cleanser in Mithrala, who's got a 5-star brimstone, I believe, which is going to be nice. Husk is a max HP hitter. We only got 1 week affinity champion. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work. Who knows? I don't even know. I have Nishak. I already showed off Nishak. I'm trying to do a team, I'm trying to do a couple of different teams, like shows people some different things. I do think if you have Mithrala, if you've gotten to your Mithrala, and it's like weird, it's like, do you get your Mithrala before you clear Bommal hard? Probably not, right? Like probably you'll clear Bommal hard before you get your Mithrala. So maybe I shouldn't have brought her in. Like, and I didn't bring in, Razin, I do think is good here for the decreased defense in the weekend. Plus he's fairly survivable. He's fairly tanky. But again, defense doesn't matter as much against bombs, right? It's HP pool. You could try to run somebody with resistance. But so there are a couple of keys here. One is I do think Vogoth is absolute god tier here. And now that I think about it, I think Vogoth was the first like real solution I tried. What I was running before that was a team that I had a manual that was really hard to succeed. And it was like, it would take me 5 or 7 tries to win. And then I tried to build Vogoth to get a full auto team. And I actually built 2. I built 1 to 60 and 1 to 50. And I was going to 6-star my second one. And then I was like, this is crazy. I'm free to play. I don't want to waste 2 champions that I'm not going to use anywhere else on a Bommal solution. And so then I was like, oh, let me look up other solutions. And eventually I got the Lady Annabelle, which is a much better solution. Not that I regret having Vogoth. Vogoth at 60 is nice. I do kind of not even really regret the second one. He's still at 50. But Vogoth is a very good solution here. Early on, you can use Master Butcher in the same kind of role. Master Butcher is a rare in the Dwarf faction, and he'll get you through Doom Tower normal. But okay, so this would be like, what are we going to do here? So it looks like we have a bolster set. We're going to drop some debuffs on the boss. All right, enemy max HP hit. It's a decent size hit. It's nothing crazy. So now we need to get that strengthen up. We need that strengthen up for those bomb debuffs. Ooh, I did not freeze those bombs, right? The perfect veil can help too. All right, Shiramani died. Vogoth died. That's bad. I think I have to hope that we don't die here. We're going to die here. Yeah, all right. It's just tricky. It's just tricky. It helps to have a decreased attack for the boss, by the way, so. Yeah, like this brings you a perfect veil, which is nice. If you time it right and it's not stripped, you can use it to mitigate the damage from the bombs. Also, strengthen can mitigate damage from the bombs. But the best way that I can think of to do it, if you don't have like the key champions, if you don't have a Burn Giri or a Lady Annabelle or a double Vogoth, or you don't have those, the best way I can think of do it is a 2-turn block damage champion. So Helikath, Roshguard the Tower. You can use unkillable buffs. So if you don't have if you're running a double Maneater, A double man-eater will work here. A double man-eater does work against Bommal. So you could certainly consider that. But block damage and unkillable are great. The great thing about man-eater here is that he brings a block debuffs. So he prevents your team from being stunned. You can't prevent the bombs from landing, the little debuff bombs from landing, but you can prevent the stun from happening. Now, the one thing about this is you got to remember, like, you need to time it right. This is why you probably have to manual the fight and you can't just auto the fight, because Bommal does remove your buffs. Remember that he removes all buffs from all enemies. Now, you could try protection, right? Like, you could try getting champions for protection so to keep some of your buffs, but I don't think that's worth it just for Bommal. But yeah, so potentially I could run something like where is my Emic? And then I'd probably run a, pretty damage heavy champ like, I mean, I'd run Newt or Nishak, or let's say we ran like this would probably work, I got 3 unkillable buffs. I got 2 block debuffs buff. I've got 1 turn meter or 1 cooldown reduction. I've got an increased speed buff. I've got a weaken. I've got a heavy nuke. Like, this would probably work. Yeah, cheese. I mean, if you have all those champions, like if you have a Yumiko, life gets easier with a Yumiko. If you like, of all the champions in a game that I want, Yumiko's my number 1, and she has been since she came into the game. Like, the day she came into the game, she became my number 1 desired champion, and she has stayed there. Nobody has replaced her. Not Terrace and Marishka. Not, like, nobody. Nobody has replaced her. She's still my number 1 desired champion. No, BM, we haven't spun the wheel yet. I take this off of auto just to make sure we. I don't really know how good my man eaters are. The second one, I never built a double man eater clan boss team. I built the second man eater at some point for something. I don't know. Maybe I was just like, oh, I'll do it for content, but. All right, so let's get the increased speed. We're gonna do A1. We don't care about turn meter reduction, so we're gonna turn meter reduce the boss here. We don't care about bombs. We do not care about bombs at all here. Like, we just want to make sure that the boss gets as few turns as possible. All right, so let's do this. I think I messed up. Yeah, I didn't get the block debuffs up in time. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll put it up now. Now we do the cooldown reduction. We keep turn meter stealing. Get the weaken out there. Increase speed. Another. That's too bad. I messed that up. I needed the unkillable buff there. I needed the unkillable buff there. I messed it up. I messed up the rotation. But that team, you could see that team was going to win. If I didn't mess up the rotation there, that team was going to win. So what I should do is lean into, like, I should use an unkillable every turn as opposed to skip a turn. I should never skip a turn because I have 3 of them. 2 of them are 5-turn cooldowns. One of them's on a 3-turn cooldown. Or 4-turn cooldown? Emek on a 3 or a 4? He's on a 4. But this makes them all 4. I think I just use one every turn. I think I don't use one the first turn, and then I use one every turn. I think. But yeah, I think that team would work. So, you know, the thing about Bommal is, like, it's hard to get a full auto team. And it's also hard to get a team that's like close to 100%, you know. And for Bommal, I don't care. Like, I don't love the, so it's I think, is that the set? No, that's Scarab. It's this set, right? Yeah, this is, so Fortitude's an okay set. I really don't use it. I don't use it. So I don't ever farm Bommal. So all I'm trying to do is get him down once and get past it. Yeah. So, all right. So if you haven't done this before, we're going to get to a takeover now. Basically, you have to be a member of the Discord community. So there is a link to my Discord in the description of this live stream. You want to click on that. You can get in instantly. As soon as you do, you want to look in the left-hand column. There are all the different channels and sections and stuff. You want to go down until you see an area called the Coaching Corner. And in there is a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. Now, in the Wheel of Takeover channel, there is a message from my editor, whose name is Sun. And what I'm going to do right now is I am going to go ahead and remove all of the reactions. So now we have a clean message. You can go ahead and react to that message right now. You just need to react to it. You don't need to respond to it. You only need to react to it once. If you react to it 50 times, that's fine too. But you don't have to. You're only entered once. And I'll give it about 2-3 minutes, and then we're going to go ahead and spin that wheel. The wheel will pick the winner. The winner gets a free takeover. I will DM you. I need you to DM me back your login information as quickly as possible. So don't walk away. Like, right now is the worst time to walk away from the live stream. Because if you are gone, I'm just going to move on. I'm going to skip you. I'm going to go to somebody else. So DM me your login information. I'll log into the account. We'll start it going. I'm going to give you a role that allows you to join a voice channel called the Coaching Voice. That's where I am right now. I want you to join me there and mute the live stream, because the live stream is like a 10-second delay or so. And this way you can hear me in real time and we can have a conversation. You're not going to be able to talk to me, but you can chat through DMs to me and tell me what kind of takeover that you want me to do on your account. Everything is open today except gear cleanses. I'm not doing gear cleanses. In fact, I may never do another gear cleanse again. So I don't know. We'll see. Someday I'll probably do another gear cleanse, but no gear cleanses today. Yeah, my back hurts. Can't do gear cleanses today. Too much lifting. No. Son's parents are named Moon and Stars. Because you got the wrong kind of son. I think that's everything. You can win once every 90 days. So if you have won in the last 90 days, please don't sign up. Just don't sign up because it wastes time. And if you're not sure, if you are unsure whether or not You have one in the last 90 days. All you need to do, I'm surprised I lost there. What happened? Is that this? Ugh. All you have to do is check your DMs with me, because we had a conversation last time you won. And you can see, check the date of that conversation. I did not look at this team. I didn't realize there were 2 stone skins, so I'm probably going to die. Maybe I can sleep him. Let's see if this guy is strong enough to kill me on. I got it. Oh, we got about 80 responses. All right, I'm going to give it 1 more minute. Anybody else want to respond to Sun's message? Do so now. What artifact stats and substats do you need to focus? I don't know where you are in the game, Dan, but if you're relatively early, it doesn't really matter, actually. Speed and accuracy are the most important for support champions, especially champions that land debuffs, right? You need accuracy to land a debuff. So anybody that has a debuff that you want to land, you need accuracy. Otherwise, speed is the most important, and then survivability, HP percentage, and then defense percentage. For your damage dealers, you need to get to 100% crit rate unless they're bringing some kind of boost. So some champions only need 70% or 85% crit rate, or maybe you have an increased crit rate champion on your team, and that would reduce the need to have 100% crit rate. But you want 100% crit rate for your damage dealers. Don't confuse debuff damage dealers for direct damage dealers. So for instance, if you have an HP burn champion or a poison champion, they don't need 100% crit rate. They need accuracy. If they don't land their debuffs, they don't do damage. But yeah, so, I mean, you're going to need a lot moving forward, but I would say speed, accuracy, and crit rate are the 3 most important substats. And then after that, HP percentage and defense percentage. And then after that, probably like attack percentage. Resistance, I guess. All right. All right, let's go ahead and spin this wheel. Good luck to all of you. Gander and Dan. Dan, is that you? Did you win on your first try ever? All right, let's get this going. First takeover of the day. Not ever. I've done hundreds of these at this point. I do think I've passed the 100 takeover limit at this point because we've been doing Takeover Tuesdays for almost a year. I think we started. In fact, it might be more than a year. We were certainly doing it simultaneous with the Noob versus Pro series, and the Noob versus Pro series started in August last year. So we're past a year from the Noob versus Pro. But that went on until November, I think. I think it was 4 months or 5 months we did that. So I don't know. I might have been doing this a year. Maybe more, maybe a little bit less. It's hard to say. But let's call it a year. Let's call it a year. And I think we've only missed a few. We've missed like maybe 4. Got that information coming in. That is the password, correct? So I used to do 3 takeovers, but then I decreased it to 2 because 3 is too much. I would do like 6.5 hours, 7 hours of takeovers. It was just like, no. I'm trying to do 4 hours. 4 hours is more than enough. So let's say 2 for 50 weeks, right? I mean, less the 4 weeks, but we used to do 3, so it's more. Uh-oh, Dan. You're a red dot king. Look at you. All right, let's check the login date. We're working on day 106. All right, so relatively new account, but not brand new. Level 62, you're doing just fine. Let's check out the champion roster here. We do have some silver. We have almost 19 million silver, so that's nice. Now, we have Adolin, Ninja, and Wukong as the free champions. Wukong is not booked. Ninja is booked. Adolin is not booked. And then you also have a Feral the Barkhorn. Looks like you've pulled from a shard. And then here is your Loki the Deceiver, which you got today. So Feral the Barkhorn is almost booked. You need this cooldown. That's okay. So let's go ahead and just take a look at. Yeah, so those are your 5 legendary. My dog just walked into the room. She's just like, I want some attention. I don't care if you're live streaming. Hey, girl. Say hi. This is Piper. I have shown her before, but it's been a while. She is our sweet girl. Hi, baby girl. A very sweet dog. She's great with the baby. Okay. Uh-oh, I hear the baby. All right, so let's check out the other 6 stars. We've got Trumbor, who is actually a solid champion. I actually like Trumbor. He's an ally protector with an increased defense, which is pretty nice. He's also got a mini cleanse, which is not bad. It's an AoE. And then he has a weaken and a leech on his A1. So he's a solid support. You've got Rector Drath, who I love. Absolutely awesome support. Tatsu, who's really, really solid as well. He's got an increased defense with some continuous heals. He's also got an AoE decreased attack, which is highly valuable, and then a leech on his A1. Plus, he's got this passive, which he'll always remove his own stuns. Like when he's stunned, he'll remove that, which is nice for places like Bommal, Clan Boss. You got your AoE drop defense champion here. He's also got that turn meter decrease. You got Kayla as your starting champion. You got your High Katoon built to 60. Good for you. You need to get her 6-star ascended so you can get that banner on her and get her really fast. That would be nice. And now my wife just locked the dog in the room. So give me a second. I'll be right back. I don't know how long I was muted. Since I walked away, I'm assuming a couple minutes. Okay. All right. I need some direction here. I need to know what's going on in terms of the account for the takeover. And the dog is back. All right. She's going to have to get ignored this time, unfortunately. All right. What kind of account, what kind of takeover are you looking for here today? Like, are you looking for specific help? Or are you just kind of looking for general help? Got a Nightmare 3 key going on, just barely. Just general coaching. My main priorities right now are trying to 1 key Nightmare, getting Hydra progression, although I know you hate that. I don't. I don't hate Hydra, but it's just not my specialty. And the dungeon spider specifically. Okay. Well, what I would say is, you know, when I look at an account where you are, one of the things I personally think of is arena. Like, you know, and you're doing okay in arena. You're in gold 2, you know, and you've got this team here, which is not bad. This is not bad. I do think that you are missing an opportunity here with Old Hermit Jorg. Now, for a go first team, one of the things you really want is that turn meter fill, right? And that's where the high Katoon comes in. Old Hermit Jorg gives you a 20% turn meter fill, but he also gives you an increased attack, which you don't currently have. So the question is, like, is this better than, you know, having Old Hermit Jorg in? And I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure it is, because this feels really good in terms of your likelihood to not get interrupted. This is going to work if you're going up against a slower team. So if you're going up against a slower team and you know that your high Katoon is going to get you to go first and you don't need a second go first, then you're going to have a freeze here potentially if you have the accuracy. Ninja's okay in arena. He's not like phenomenal in arena. He's actually better as a boss killer. So I think this is okay, but I certainly think that this would allow you to nuke a lot harder with Wukong. Now, if Wukong is built more as like a buff stripper and he's not built, yeah, he's like not hitting super hard. You've got him in Relentless here. He doesn't have enough accuracy or enough speed or enough damage really to like be your primary nuker for gold 5. Like you're fine. You got 100% crit rate. You got over 200 accuracy. Like you're doing all right, you know. I would consider getting him out of the Relentless and putting that Relentless on somebody else. You know, Ninja and Relentless is actually really strong. So you could, you know, consider putting him in Relentless. And that would be really great for boss killing, even for clan boss, because you don't have an unkillable setup. So the more turns Ninja gets, the better off you are. So I would say, you know, hey, Alex, good to see you. LFC's in the house. Hey, Francis. A bunch of people just showed up. All right. So yeah, I would think about getting Wukong out of the Relentless and maybe putting it on Ninja instead. And what I would go for with Wukong is probably at least 2 sets of perception. Maybe if you could get like 2 sets of perception and 1 of cruel, that would be really nice. Or 2 sets of perception and 1 of speed if you needed more speed. And get him the accuracy that you need. Now, you want to try to get the accuracy without resorting to an accuracy chest plate, right? But it's okay. Wukong is one of those champions where it's kind of okay to run a accuracy chest plate because you care nothing for survival at all, because if he dies, who cares? He just comes back. So what you really want is you want an accuracy banner, right? If you can get an accuracy banner with the speed on it, and then you can put an attack percentage chest plate on him. And what we would love to see is like getting him into crit damage gauntlets. So let's see if we can do. So let's see what options we have here. If we roll into crit rate. Come on, crit rate. Unfortunate. So, you know, you're trying to build these other champions and it's like, yeah, you know, but you might have to steal some gear from one champ. Ooh, this is a nice piece. This is a really nice piece. Let me get myself out of the way here. This is a really nice boot. This is an absolutely fantastic boot. Crit rate and crit damage. Got 18% crit rate, 40 speed. If you can build a full set for Wukong, that would certainly be worth it if you could get the accuracy in there. Otherwise, you know, it's like ignore defense on Ninja is okay, but you don't actually need it on Ninja because he does a lot of his damage through his HP burn. See what kind of instinct we have here. That's 12%. That's not bad. 12. 20. $14. $16. 15. That has accuracy. Might take that just for the accuracy. Now, let's see. That would give us this one. 20. We need a helmet and a chest plate. I heard something.
Thank you and loved seeing the dog.
Thanks, LFC. She's a sweet girl, right? She's very sweet. She turns 4 years old in 4 days' time. She'll be 4. She is awesome. She's such a good dog. She is such a good dog. All right, so we could roll this a little bit. Let's see if we hit another crit rate here. Come on, crit rate. Boom. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then chest piece. This has some speed. Doesn't. So this is a really nice damage build. This is a nice damage build for somebody. You can see we've gotten more speed out of it, right? We're up to 195 speed, which is a really nice place to be for an arena nuker. The crit damage is a little bit low, but remember that this is going to go up to 65 from 31. So you're going to get another 34%, which is going to put you up around 180, which is beautiful for where you are in the game. The accuracy is low. So this really deserves to go on an arena nuker you're not using as like a buff stripper. But this, let's go ahead and save this as a global preset. So let's call this arena nuker 1, save as a global preset. Now, if you get a crit damage gauntlet and you push that, you're going to land close to 200 crit damage, 200% crit damage. That's not like end game crit damage or anything, but that's really, really nice for where you are. Anything over about 160 or 170 crit damage is where you want to be. So the question is, who does this go on? Right? Because you don't actually have, like, you have two heavy hitting damage dealers. This is a you're like a nuker. This is an arena nuker. And this is a boss killer. They both need accuracy. And that build doesn't have accuracy. So let's just look and see if you have somebody else. Do you have anybody else who is worth considering as an arena nuker at all? Not really. So save that build. Hold on to that build. I mean, could you put Phoenix in that build? Yes. Right? You could put Phoenix in that build, but you have him in a destroy set, I'm assuming for Scare Boss or something. You know, do you want to build Slixus out for an arena nuker? The nice thing about Slixus is you could actually scale back on the crit rate, because you get an increased crit rate and increased crit damage buff here. So that's a decent option. That's a decent option. I don't actually love Slixus. I think, you know, the positive thing about Slixus is void affinity, so you don't weak hit into anybody, and so your crit rate is just your crit rate. You don't have to worry about the extra like 15% crit rate reduction that you have when your weak affinity or the weak hits. You know, but you're not going to land your stuns, right? You're not going to land your stuns because this needs accuracy. Actually, not bad. Might be your best option for a straight up arena nuker. All right, I'm sorry. Dan's been typing me and I just haven't. Okay. Yeah. I feel like, you know, so you may be at the point where you want to start dedicating a nuker to arena. You can certainly get there with Wukong, but it sounds like you're building Wukong for like Hydra and other stuff, and you want that buff strip and the block debuffs, which I agree with. So I would actually say, you know, one of the things that we could do here is I like a hybrid build on I like a hybrid build on Wukong. What if we did this? Gotta remember to check to see if there's divine speed as well. Yeah, I know Trumbor's on your clan boss team. It's not a speed tune, I'm assuming, though, right? Like, it's not a speed tune. Or is it? Yeah, you don't need a speed tune. Like, that's not like something you have to do, you know? Like where you are. All right, so this maxes out at 50% crit rate. Right now we're at 8. So we get 42 additional percent. You know, that would get us to 91. Okay. So if we're looking at it like this, right? This would get us to, with the extra rolls here, I mean, you know, we might get more speed or accuracy or crit damage. They're all good stats. Even there's no bad stats on this gauntlet, actually. I would like accuracy. One roll would be nice. But okay, so this is going to get you to 93%. So if we roll one crit roll here, we're good. There we go. Yeah. So you're at 100% crit rate, right? Now you're at 219 speed. Now for a buff stripper, you want them faster than everybody else, right? Like faster than your debuffers even sometimes. Not your turn meter fillers. Your turn meter fillers need to go first. So High Katoon would go first. Then you have your buff stripper. And the reason you have your buff stripper is because if there's like a block debuff, so you want that removed before the debuffers try to go, right? So this is actually nice. This is 219 speed. Now 168 accuracy, you say, oh, we lost accuracy, but we went into an HP percentage chest plate. And I do think we could go with a different chest piece here. I was trying to really work around like the speed and accuracy. But you could see, you know, what's here. This is actually pretty nice. Right, that gets you to 199. Now when you get that banner, if you get 78, you're up to 277. Plus you've got the accuracy substat here, and I think there was one more, right? Here. So 2 accuracy substats, call that another 15. So, you know, so you're talking about pushing close to 300 accuracy at 222 speed, 100% crit rate, and some decent crit damage. Now, once you get your amulet maxed out, and you know, if you land any other crit, you don't really have any crit damage rolls, this would, you know, probably max out at like 130 crit damage or something like that. But still, this is a really nice hybrid build, right? So this would be, we'll say this is a global preset. Oops. Where is this one? Let's go ahead and say this is hybrid debuff. Well, hybrid. We'll call it hybrid damage. So there you're getting decent damage, but you're getting more of that buff strip. Again, you're going to need to get that accuracy banner on. So I do think Spider is going to be a priority for you just to get what you need. Now, one thing, I'm going to check your Spider, but it feels like you're probably fine with Spider 10. Yeah, you're at Spider 16. So now Spider 10, if you don't know, drops a lot more like 4 and 5 star, like 5-star banners. It drops a ton of 5-star banners. The drop rate here is really good. But obviously, if you can push this, this would be better. If we can get you to 20, that would be nice. But I don't really see an easy Spider 20 team here. This team that you're running makes a lot of sense. Yeah, here's a question. Can he kill Odin? I think Ruella is going to be very strong for you going forward. So let's look at your... You have some good decreased defense options, actually, because you have Stagnite as well. And Stagnite would be very strong for you against a lot of things. But I think because you have Tyrell built, I would probably prioritize Ruella. Although you do have a weaken here on your A. All right, what about block debuffs? Do you have a block debuffs buff? All right, let's try something. Let's see. Let's do... Turn meter decrease on the boss is really important. Slow on the boss can be really important. You have a slow on Haikatune's A1, but it's, you know, you need accuracy for it, and it's got a low chance of landing. I think it's a 40% chance or something like that. Decrease attack on the boss is useful. This is why I brought in Wukong. If Wukong becomes If Wukong becomes the spiderling target, that's great for us, right? Yeah, Armiger and Stagnite are both decent options. Stagnite would be... You know, do you swap him in for Tayrell? And here's the issue. Like, you get the AoE decrease attack, which is nice. And you get the A1 slow, which is nice. But Tayrell actually has turn meter decrease on his A3, right? He's got 50% turn meter decrease. So I think he actually gives you more than Stagnite in this particular comp. See if we can land that slow. So this, right, this A3 decreases target's turn meter by 50%. Yeah, I should have held on to that. But the Brimstone's nice. A consistent slow would be really nice. I think we're going to get through this just fine. I don't know if you would auto it. The other thing about Stagnite is his decreased defense is on a 3-turn cooldown, which is actually a little bit of a benefit compared to Tayrell on a 4-turn cooldown. All right, so we're still weak affinity with Wukong here. Now Chumbor is weak affinity. So we're gonna struggle to land that weaken. And Haikatun is weak affinity. She's never gonna land that slow. We actually got 3 weak affinity champions here, but increase attack, please. That was key. We need that. There is an issue with Ninja and Spider, which is that Ninja is fine for Spider, but when he does his A3, if he targets the boss, he will not hit the ad. And you need him to hit the ads, which means you can't really have a full auto Ninja team. Right? It just, unless you got somebody else handling all the ads, you need Ninja to hit the ad. And he doesn't. No, that was. Now, if Chumbor dies, we're probably closed here. Yeah, so the nice thing about Wukong is he dies, he's just going to revive, but in the meantime, in the 3 turns when he's dead, that's the danger zone, because somebody else is going to get hit, and now he might not be the target again. Now it might just be High Katoon. See, so now High Katoon is going to go down. She's not going to come back. So, one of the things that we could do here is we could try to make Wukong the only weak affinity champion. So we could do this instead. Right? And then hopefully we have the sustain to, get through on this. We don't have a cleanse, but we have an AoE decrease attack. Now it's going to go on everybody. Wukong just hit Relentless, which is actually was going to work for us, but can't guarantee it happens all the time. Again, you have to hit the ads here. Leech would be helpful. So I think with this team, you have enough sustain to last for a while. The problem is the boss heals, right? When the every other turn the boss consumes the spiderlings and gets a heal. We don't have like really good wave clear, so we can't really keep the boss from having a pretty massive heal. So we would need to do enough damage that the boss doesn't escalate so fast that we can't clear this. Now on this turn, right, the boss won't heal 2 times in a row. So we can kind of ignore the spiderlings here and just put some damage into the boss and see how we do. And now it's just a DPS race, right? And we're running a DPS race with minimal damage. Now, one of the champions that you could bring in here is Phoenix, or if you built that lizard, Slixus, like you would have a potential, wave clearer. You have Allure. Allure is great at turn meter decrease, but that it doesn't really work in Spider because it's a random hit, you know, so that's the problem with Allure here on this content. You can see we've done okay in terms of damage on the boss here. Plus we've got that Brimstone up. So we may be able to clear this. Now the Brimstone's going to land. Let's see where it lands. Oh, was that the A1? I thought that was the A2. Maybe. So we didn't get the Brimstone off there. Come on, Wukong. Need you back, buddy. Right. I'm just going to run this on. Yeah, so the good news is, I mean, you've got a good roster, but it's not complete yet, and it shouldn't be, right? You shouldn't have all your roles filled this early into an account. Like, you should be in a reasonable place to make some good progress. Spider's always tricky, right? You need a Mordecai or preferably like an Artak or a Sissia, or a whatever the Salamander guy is. Like, if you get him, that would be phenomenal, right? Because he's awesome. But Void legendaries are hard to come by. So, you know, like, as far as an epic's concerned, if you pulled Skrank, that would be absolutely fantastic, or Mordecai, that would really be what you'd be looking for. Ultimate Gaelic is not really a great option, but he could do in a pinch if you didn't have any other options and you wanted to invest. But I think, honestly, for where you are right now, like, you can definitely farm 16. If you can farm 16 pretty consistently and it doesn't take too long, then I would do that. Or you can farm 10. It's fine farming 10 because, you know, like, if you think about it, the thing about the rarity of your gear is that adds substats, but it doesn't affect the main stat. So if you can get just an uncommon accuracy banner with speed as your one substat, you're guaranteed to get a roll into that substat. That's the one nice thing about a green artifact, right? It has one substat, but the first roll is guaranteed to go into that. So if you get a 5-star accuracy banner with, say, 5 speed, and you roll 5 speed, you're going to get 10 speed out of that. Plus you can, glyph that for another 3-4 speed, whatever. So you're going to get somewhere between 12 and 15 speed, plus the 78 accuracy, plus whatever the other substats are. And that's really all you need, right? For like a Wukong to get him into that build. That's where you want it. You want that kind of banner. And that's going to help you push all of those other places, which is going to help you get the Great Hall going. It's going to help you get, better dungeon runs, and that'll get you better gear, and you'll just kind of incrementally move up with your pieces. Then you're going to get an epic banner that's 6 stars, right? That has speed, accuracy, and crit rate. And then you're going to be like, oh, I can't get a crit rate on a banner. Sorry. Can't get accuracy on an accuracy banner either. You're going to get speed, HP and attack or whatever. And it's like, okay, so now you just keep pushing that. Maybe you get a double speed roll or triple speed roll. You get 98 accuracy. You can ascend that, with Phantom Shogun dust or oils or whatever it's called. And then, that's how you kind of layer the progression here. So, 6 minutes and 41 seconds is slow, but I was manualing some of it. But okay, now here's where it's going to get tricky. Wukong is now strong affinity into force. And Ninja is weak affinity. Tayrel is weak affinity. Atatsu is weak affinity. Right? So this is where it becomes tricky. Obviously, you want to bring Trumbor back here. Maybe you want to bring Haikatoon back. Maybe you want to bring bring all your peeps. Maybe do, I don't know. It's like, where are you going to get the damage from for this? I don't know. So it feels like you're not quite ready to push, farther than this. Now we got 2 stages, which is nice, but the best farming stage is still going to be 16. Um, and I think we had this as the team. You know, so let's just put it on auto and see how it does. You know, as far as Hydra's concerned, I saw that you had about 2 million damage from that team, 2.5 million damage, something like that. So you're going to get a chest, which is good. You're on the right track with that team. The only thing is I would consider bringing Haikatoon back in just to give you more speed until you get more speed in your gear. Because you don't necessarily need, I think you have like 3 supports there. I think you were running Trembor, Hatatsu, Rector Drath, Ninja Wukong, and Shamail, I think, right? So I'm not sure. Like Rector Drath gives you a revive and some heals, which is nice. But you don't need her perfect veil as much anymore because you have the Shamail cleansing the fears. Hatatsu gives you the decreased attack though, which is nice. I might pull Rector Drath. Keep Hatatsu and Trumbor, and put Haikatoon in the lead. And see if that gets you a little bit more damage. And then I just think, the rebuilds on the champions that are going in the direction. You're going in the right direction. I think, but the rebuilds on the champions you should be iterating pretty frequently. And you should actually have a goal for your champion. This is something I don't talk a lot about, but when I'm, this is not bad. Minute 54, 66 turns. Decent defensive amulet with accuracy. Great. Now you need a deacon. Yeah, Force Affinity is a pain point. I'm sure it is. But so when you're progressing your account and you're in a situation where you are now, a lot of people think about like, who should I 6-star next? And that's a great question to ask, and you should have that in mind. But there's an equally important question. Maybe I'll do a video on this, which is, who should I be rebuilding? Who should I be focused on improving who I already have built? So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 6-star champions, 11 6-star champions. Who should you be building? Well, obviously, this guy still needs to be optimized. She still needs to be optimized, right? We're talking about like getting the banners and stuff like that. Now, this is a little bit of a weird thing here, but let's just talk about Haikatoon. Let's say what we really need is we need that engine from her. We need her to be just a great engine to be pushing the team, but because of our limited roster, we also need her to be accurate in landing that decreased turn meter and that A1 slow when she can, right? And so, all right, so I need to use this extra book. That's going to get it from a 30% chance to a 40% chance, which is significant, right? And then maybe I need to get her out of these instinct pieces, not because they're not fast, because they are clearly fast, but because she doesn't get much from this set, right? Like other than the speed. She gets the speed bonus of 12, but if you had 2 speed sets here, that would be 24%. And you don't care about the ignore defense because she doesn't need to do damage. So, let's look at that. It's like, okay, let's try to rebuild her and let's get her nice and tanky and nice and fast. See if we can do that. And so you just want to say to yourself, I have 1 or 2 champions. Like, okay, these are my 1 or 2 champions I'm 6-starring next. I have 1 or 2 champions that I'm currently working on builds for. And it also just helps to know, like, all of the champions that you want to rebuild anyway. Like, you're like, okay, Tatsu's in a good spot, or Tayrell's in a good spot, but I want to rebuild, somebody else. And I think it feels like, Haikatoon could use a rebuild, Wukong and Ninja could use rebuild. But it feels like. They're not bad. They're not bad, but like not quite there. And I will say Ninja's in a pretty good spot. Ninja's in a pretty good spot, but I think we could do better here. I think we could do better. And by the way, Ninja is one of those champions that you can build as a poisoner. Like the way you would build a poisoner or a max HP hitter or something like that. Like he doesn't necessarily need a ton of crit damage, right? You need the accuracy to land the HP burn. You do want 100% crit rate, but he doesn't necessarily need a ton of attack. One of the things about his kit, if you look at this escalation, is he increases attack up to 100%. Right? So when he's fighting against bosses, he's going to double his attack. So what that means is right now you're running 3,900 attack, which is a very nice number. And on somebody like a Wukong who does direct damage, or like a Phoenix, or, you know, the Slixus, like one of these champions, that would be an attack number you'd want to shoot for. But on Ninja, like if you had 2,500 attack, that'd probably be fine because he's going to double that to 5,000, right? As long as you have the speed and the accuracy and 100% crit rate, you know, you're good. So I mean, I like the idea of him in Relentless. You know, we could potentially steal some of this and get that Relentless going. And then maybe that frees up some of these instinct pieces, you know, for somebody else. Let's see. Yeah. When you build survivability on a nuker, you tend to want to go for HP before defense. Because HP makes you less likely to be targeted. Whereas defense just makes you more survivable if you are targeted, right? But HP is actually the better stat to stack. All right, let's see about this Relentless piece here. Not bad. Unfortunately, that double resistance roll is not hugely helping. All right, and then let's look primary. Go speed. See what we've got in Relentless here. No crit rate. What about perception? That 15% crit rate is going to be huge. Probably go there. Now let's go chess piece. This has the crit rate, crit damage, and accuracy. That is nice for that reason. Dog is back. She's really feeling the need for some attention today. Currently, I think his chess piece is probably the best chess piece in that, but we could always look down here, right? We have really. You know what? Let me do something. Let me check something. Make a couple of chest pieces. See if we get lucky. That's a very nice shield. Holy cow. That's a very nice shield. The only thing that would make that better is if this defense percentage were maybe crit damage percentage, but that is a beautiful shield. So that could go on Wukong or Ninja. Chest plate, defense percentage, crit rate, crit damage, accuracy. That's a usable chess piece. That's a very nice chess piece. No speed on it, unfortunately, but that's very usable for somebody. That's for a, I don't know who that's for. Yeah, that's not so good. This is another usable shield, crit rate, crit damage, and HP. And accuracy. Hold on. We have one more to go. Come on. Give me an HP percentage chest plate. Attack. Let's just do a few random rolls, see if we get lucky on a 5-star piece. HP percentage. Flat defense. Some of these are usable even at 4 stars. She is being very, very insistent today. I wonder if she's not feeling well or something. Seems to be. This is nice. Speed and crit rate, 5 stars. The defense percentage with speed and crit rate. So this could be nice for, I mean, normally for the gauntlets, you want crit rate or crit damage, but potentially sometimes you have like a defensive based champion who you want high defense on, but could still like benefit from 100% crit rate, like a Helicath or a Valkyrie or a Nair Gigante Archer, who you'll never get, never mind. But so this could be usable for that, you know, reason. There we go. That's not too bad. I'm gonna try again. You've got some nice 5-star forge materials here, so let's just see if we get lucky. Even a 4-star, like even a 4-star piece could end up being usable for where you are in the game. Like this is potentially usable, right? Crit rate, HP, attack. I'd love accuracy or speed on that. Crit rate gauntlets are kind of tricky at 4-star. I don't love that. I'm gonna do a few more. Yeah, it's good. It's CVC, so it's definitely, it's getting you points. That could be for a bomb champion, maybe. Oops, sorry, I shouldn't have gotten rid of that. Sometimes I reflexively do this like I'm on my own account. Getting some real mediocre stuff right now. There we go. HP with speed and attack, not bad. Crit rate and accuracy. HP with accuracy. Yeah, it's just I'm always gear cleansing my own stuff. Speed and defense, flat HP. All right. I think it's maybe the last one. One or two more. You need the perception. All right, last one. That's unfortunate. I'll keep that one because that has accuracy. Okay. Let's see if we've got enough gear to make a dent now. Actually, I should just go to the preset manager, right? Didn't we came up with? Oh, it wasn't the Relentless. That's why. That's got the 18%, so we like that one. Let's roll this one up, see if we get lucky. I'd love like a double crit rate and a single speed. Or a double speed and single crit rate. If it gives us one of each, it's used. Ah, come on. That's just irritating. This is how you want that to roll. That's beautiful. We really don't have a third high value piece. Maybe this piece, because it's got accuracy, crit damage, and crit rate, even though it's only 10%. Let's just look at the perception test piece roll, see if there's anything good. I mean, this is the best one, this defensive percentage chest plate, which I probably wouldn't put on Ninja or on Wukong, but it might be worth rolling up just to see where it hits. Get crit rate. All right. So I'd love another crit rate here, but crit damage would be okay. That's very nice. You know, now all of a sudden you're like 20% crit rate frees you up. You got some options. That might go on Wukong. Not sure. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that chess piece, the defensive percentage chess piece is really nice on somebody tanky, but the thing is it rolled 20% crit rate. Right? So it's like you don't want it to be on a debuff who doesn't do damage. Right? You would want it on a damage dealer. Now, optimally, that damage dealer would be a defensive based damage dealer. So you're talking about somebody like Ragash, right? Like, or Staltis, Dragonbane, or, you know, a really good defensive base nuker, Harima, somebody like that. Newt, you know, like that's who you want it on. Especially somebody that has a debuff in their kit because it's a perception piece, right? So all of those champions have the need for accuracy, but you don't have anybody like that. So do you put it on a Hatatsu? Do you put it on a Trumpor who just needs the defense and the accuracy, but doesn't necessarily need crit rate? I'm not sure you do. Not sure you do. You might want to just hold it. Like, it might almost be better on an attack-based damage dealer just because of the accuracy, crit rate, and crit damage, even though it is a defensive, you know, chess piece. Yeah, like it might go on. This is speed and crit rate, which is nice. This is the kind of thing we want here. So let's go ahead and see if we roll this well. Wouldn't mind double crit rate. That's okay. 9% is not enough, but that's not awful. We have this. Okay, no problem. So if we did that and then went to that chess piece. I'm going to max this out. This might land in crit damage or accuracy, either one of which would be helpful. Attack is not bad. Attack percent. Need one more speed. There we go. Oh. That's a beautiful piece. Yeah, I don't know that I would use a 6-star speed glyph on anything. Usually, if you're going to use a 6-star speed glyph, you want it to be at least a triple roll, or it'd be like a double roll that you're really desperately trying to speed tune. I wouldn't just throw it on to get a little bit faster. Like that 8 speed is going to be something that, like, hold all of them until endgame, unless you absolutely need to use them, because there are going to be times where you're going to desperately want those 8 speed glyphs. You get a lot more 5-star glyphs. 5-star glyphs I would, use on like a single or a double roll if I needed that speed. This is a slow build. We have a speed glyph here. See, we have no speed glyphs on these 3 pieces. I think we have one on the on the shield. Pretty sure we have one on the field. Yeah, so we have that one. So, and then we have one on the banner. Now, if we use those 3, and let's say we averaged 3 or 4, let's say we got 10 speed out of those 3, that puts it as 177, which is slightly faster than where we were. We've got more HP and more defense, which makes them more survivable. Significantly less attack. Although we'll get a little bit of that back, I think. Actually, not that much. We've got 2 attack percentage rolls. Maybe one on here. A little bit more accuracy, and we can glyph some more accuracy. We've got, I think, 4 of those. Oh, 3 of. No, there's one on the amulet, so there's 4. We lost, you know, a little bit of crit damage, which you'll eventually get back by getting a crit damage gauntlet, crit damage amulet. But the major benefit here is he's in Relentless. Right? Like when we look at the stats, we don't want to forget that even though we've changed the stats, we've also changed the set, and now he has Relentless. And that's significant. Let's actually take a look at these 2 pieces again. We may be able to even get a little bit more, like if we can trade away a little bit of the crit rate, we might be able to pick up speed or accuracy or something. Only 3% though. Got a lot of helmets. This one here is tempting. I'm going to roll this up and see if we land a getting crit rate. We did that. That might allow us to drop down to 5%. That would give us back that crit damage, but we lose the accuracy on. But this one could still roll too. What about this one? Rolling a crit rate there, what would we do with it? I mean, we could try to get away from this shield. The shield is really nice, but we're kind of tied into the shield because of the 18% crit rate. I think this is probably as good as we're gonna get. But we lost too much accuracy. Where the heck is that weapon that we were running? This one? This one. I think this is count. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we glyph it out. Accuracy. That's nice. I'm gonna try ascending. If we get lucky, we get into speed. That attack is not wasted. Not wasted. Actually, you do have some dust. I'll let you decide if you want to do that. There's a little HP. Oh, come on, you can do better. All right, we'll hold on to that. Go ahead and upgrade the boots. Yeah, I was considering using the dust on the boots here to get this attack percentage over to speed. But it's honestly, because it's 5 stars, I'm like, maybe we'll just hold off, and you're going to get decent speed on it anyway, and the attack percentage is not wasted. So that's why I didn't make that swap. And then I think we got to do those pieces. So let's look here. That's pretty good. I will. Oh, you already ascended. Okay. And then this. We want that accuracy. Nice. 7. All right. So if you look where we landed, we're now at 281 accuracy, which is a bit better. 175 speed. So it's about the same speed. But we've gotten into Relentless. So 175 speed in Relentless is technically faster than 177 speed out of Relentless. We did lose a little bit of crit damage. You're going to get that extra HP and that extra defense, which is hopefully going to make you a bit survivable. I would make this swap. And see if it makes a difference for you in Clan Boss. Because he should live a little bit longer in Clan Boss. And with the Relentless, he should do more damage. Also, the extra accuracy, it's not a lot, but it's going to be a little bit helpful in places like Arena. And I don't think the 2 speed is going to be a problem in Arena. I'm not going to use this because I don't know. Like, you might be doing more rebuilds. So we'll just use the silver for now. So, I mean, that feels good to me. It's not as strong as I wanted to make it. I was hoping to get a little bit more speed or a little bit more accuracy out of that. But I feel good otherwise with it. You know, getting him into Relentless, I think, is a good call. What we would look for in the future to upgrade him, you know, I was saying before, you want to have a clear idea of how to upgrade your champions. For Ninja, a clear upgrade for you would be a 6-star boot. But again, you have a little bit. You have 3% of crit rate to give away. So you want to think about this as well. So obviously a 6-star boot, if you could get a speed ascension, that would be huge. It could be a Relentless boot. It could be a perception boot. A 6-star gauntlet, crit damage gauntlet. Again, you know, that crit rate preferably as a substat. But here, you could use accuracy or speed as a substat. So if you got rid of the resistance, right, this double roll and resistance is really kind of a throwaway thing. So if you got speed or accuracy here, that would be helpful. And you could potentially, you know, get more crit damage, get more speed, get more accuracy out of this. Again, could be perception, could be relentless. Excuse me, just a second. You know, for this weapon's really nice, but again, can you get speed onto this? Can you get speed onto the helmet? You know, can you get crit damage or accuracy onto the shield? Again, in perception or in relentless. And obviously, if you make a swap from perception to relentless, you need to have the opposite swap as well. You need to go from relentless to perception and vice versa. As far as your amulet's concerned, a crit damage amulet with accuracy as a substat, that would be the goal. And then for your banner, getting to that 6-star accuracy banner with extra rolls into the speed subs, that would be helpful. And again, if you can ascend this and land on accuracy, that would be great. So those are all the opportunities you have to stay in the same build, but iterate, you know, just improve with one piece here, one piece there. Those are the things that you're looking for. I think for the ring is fine. You could certainly glyph this out, you know, get some more attack, get some more HP and defense. But you could think about a revenge amulet, a revenge ring. You could think about a blood shield ring. Blood shield ring is going to help you for Scarab Boss. Like he'll help you in Scarab Boss. He does great work against Scarab Boss with the blood shield ring. You know, so consider those things. Also, just to let you know, like in the future, if you speed tune him into a clan boss team, you cannot have Cycle of Magic on Ninja. Most of the time, Cycle of Magic is okay on a damage dealer, but on Ninja, it's not. And the reason it's not is because in boss fights, his A1 gives him 15% turn meter fill. And so what this mastery does is it changes how often he fires his A1. And therefore, his A1 becomes unpredictable. And because it's unpredictable, it may not, like, it can break a speed tune. It may not. Certain speed tunes might have the leeway to allow you to do that. But that would be something that you'd have to worry about. And also, again, Relentless. Like, Relentless for him typically doesn't work in speed tunes. There are very few speed tunes. I know that Deadwood Jedi has at least one speed tune where you can use Ninja in Relentless. But that's something, you know, for the future. So, like, right now, he's in a general boss killing build. But if you ever build him specifically just for a clan boss speed tune, you're going to have to get him out of Relentless and you're going to have to change his master. Let's see. I mean, we talked about some other stuff. We talked about, you know, other areas. Let's see a different dungeon. Let's see about like Dragon Dungeon. You're at 20. Let's see about Fire Knight. You're at 16. Yeah, Allure is going to solve that Fire Knight issue for you. I mean, you could also potentially get Armiger in there, right? This is where Ruella's an MVP. Ruella's an absolute MVP for Fire Knight. She's got a triple hitter on her A1 that can steal turn meter up to 15%. It is a 100% chance, but, you know, affinity matters. She's got a triple hitter on the A2 that's got decrease defense, weaken, and decrease speed. And then she's got a turn meter fill and increase crit rate on the A3. Ruella could actually bridge the gap in arena for you. She's got a 20% turn meter fill with an increased crit rate. Right? Which could allow you to build your arena nuker at 70% crit rate. Of course, this guy already has one. So, never mind. But she's absolutely fantastic. And you have Wuzgar. He's got a quad hitter on his A1. So this guy is a Fire Knight God. So is Stag Knight. Stag Knight's a Fire Knight God. I think this team is pretty good. The downside of this team right now for stage 17 is that you've got 4 weak affinity champions. That's really the only major issue. I feel like this team could probably push to stage 19, but at stage 20, you're going to have problems, right? Because stage 20 is the same as stage 17. So force affinity is going to be a problem for you here with this team. So we're trying to think, how do we get into, something that's better for force affinity? Well, we want spirit affinity champions. Right, so let's say we pull Ninja and Tayrell and we leave Allure because she's got the turn meter decrease. It'll still work, right? And the triple hit still works. Like, that doesn't stop working. You're like, well, Wuzgar's got 4 and he's strong affinity. And then Ruella is strong affinity and she's got a triple hit. Now you're like, well, now I'm back there. Now I just need somebody to clear waves. Honestly, just based on what you've got right now, I would just bring Ninja. Like, I would just bring Ninja. So Ninja has got a chance to freeze the waves, and then you've got, like, the thing about this team is there's no sustain here. There's no revive. There's no, like, you got to be on. I mean, you don't have to bring Wuzgar. Maybe you could bring, like, a Rector Drath. And that would give you a little bit more forgiveness, like a little bit more built in there. You don't really need the decreased defense. Like, that's not necessarily a thing that you have to worry about for the waves. That's speed. Decreased defense is speed. Now, the reason to bring Tayrell for this is not because of his decreased defense. It's because of his double hit A1, decrease attack, and then his turn meter drop on his A3, right? So, like, he's great for Fire Knight because of all those things. The decreased defense helps speed up the waves, but not when he's weak affinity, right? It's not really worth it. So it's like, you could try him, or you could bring in Trumbor, or you could bring in Rector Drath. I would probably bring in actually Trumbor before Rector Drath because he has a double hit on his A1. And he gives you the increased defense. He gives you the ally protect. He gives you the mini cleanse. He gives you the leech. And the weekend, he gives you get another weekend, but you already have, so it's like, I think you're okay in terms of your team, like your options. You just need to get your champions there. Loki's going to be kind of interesting too. I don't know about Loki yet. I've looked at his kit and I've kind of thought about it a little bit, but I'm like, okay, what do we actually need to do here? Like, we know he's going to be good in Hydra, but where else is he going to be good? So the reason why I'm thinking him, because his A1 could be good against the waves, but his A3 is actually a 100% turn meter steal. So he can steal the Fire Knight's entire turn meter and then basically use it to get another turn. I just call him 19. Nice. Ninja's actually a boss here. Like I would probably put Ninja in. He can freeze the ads. His HP burn doesn't always activate the nuke of the boss. He's strong affinity. You know, so when you push stage 20, I would try Ninja. How are you doing on the event dungeon? Trying to decide if Rector Drath or Chumbor is better here. Chumbor gives you that weaken leech. You know, Hitatsu is also going to give you a decreased attack and the increased defense for the. Yeah, I might go Hitatsu actually. Let's try this. Want that block buffs. Would like the slow on the boss if we could get it, but a nice 3-turn block buffs. We didn't land the decreased attack. No leech. Yeah, if we had had the decreased attack up first, that would have been. All right. Hey, Joshua, congrats. Nice. One champion to consider here for this team would be Broodlord. Broodlord is a little bit like a Hatatsu. He's got some differences, but he's a pretty solid kind of tanky lead. Gives you a little bit of sustain for your team. And he's got a nice defensive aura. So he actually does have an defensive aura for all battles, 25%. So it's going to increase the survivability of your team. But if you look at he does have a decreased speed on his A1, which is nice even for the bosses. He's got an ally protection and a block debuffs buff on it. This is a single target, which is a little bit weird. And then he's got an AoE with a stun and a chance. Like if somebody has a decreased speed, it's 100% chance. Or I'm sorry, 85% chance. I don't know why I guess he's not like, I thought he had an increased defense. He's got an ally protect. So he's not really a Tatsu. But he's got an AoE stun. And he's got a decreased speed, and he's got an increased defense and an ally protect. So all of those things kind of increase your survivability, being sort of that frontline tank, which is nice when you combine it with a reviver, right? So it's like you've got your Broadmaw, he's got the 2 random dead ally revives. So, you want to keep as many people alive as possible. By the way, Terex is also not bad. AoE provoke, and then a strengthen with a counterattack. Not bad for a rare. But I think, if you're going to end up building Slixus for an arena nuker, that's going to give you more damage. And then you're going to potentially have, Broodlord. Like Metal Shaper's fine. Shield is always good. So, a little bit of sustain there. Totally great. Haruspex is okay. Haruspex is not bad. Another reviver. Turn meter fill with the increased speed, which is nice. Poisons for a boss. Muckstalker has the sleep. Some continuous heals, block buffs, debuff. But, based on what you've got here, I think the cornerstone is going to be Broodlord, Broadmaw, Slixus. And then you can decide who you want to supplement it with. I mean, Quargon's certainly viable, right? It's got the heals and the shield, plus the increased attack or increased defense. But you're doing great. I honestly, I'm looking around and I'm like, what you really need right now is to focus on optimizing your champions that you have built, grinding out gear to keep improving them, and then you need to add something to your roster in terms of skill set. You're looking for another champion to add to this roster to flesh out what you've already got. And I do think, in terms of the next 6-star champions, I think Slixus is certainly an option for an arena nuker, could be a very good option for you. You don't have a phenomenal option, but I do think Slixus will get you to gold 5, if you need her to. I do think Ruella is an absolute fantastic champion. You already have boss killer in Ninja, and Ruella enhances that, right? She brings that decreased defense, weaken, and decreased speed on a single target. She's got that triple hitter with turn meter still. She's got that turn meter fill and increased crit rate. So she's really nice. Obviously, you have Allure who you're already building, and I think you know, these three champions here are all options, and Wizgar is also an option for Fire Knight. But I think, you know, it really depends on what you want to prioritize. I would not say no to just like prioritizing Allure. Get that going. That's going to help you in Dark Fae and Doom Tower. That's going to help you in Fire Knight. It's going to help you in Centranos. It's going to help you in a lot of places to have that dedicated turn meter decreaser. So if she were the next champion, I would say, yeah, great. You know, if Slixus was the next champion, I'd say great. If Ruella was, I'd say great. You know, Mausoleum Mage is really interesting too, because he's going to give you a block debuffs buff and a cleanse. Now they're not on the same skill, but he gives you both. The downside of the block debuffs is it's only one turn. But he does have a decreased speed on his A1 as well, and he's got heals. So I think I would probably prioritize those champions over like Phoenix or Stag Knight for right now. I don't think Stag Knight gives you enough of an upgrade from Tayrell. I do think he's an upgrade from Tayrell. Right, the slow on the A1 plus the AoE decreased defense, but you lose the turn meter reduction. You lose the potential for the stun. So I would probably push that, you know, further out. Yeah, and then I would work on the Wukong rebuild. I think this is a champion that you need to rebuild in the direction of, you know, more accuracy and more speed. You know, we had that. I think we had a build for him that we considered. I'm pretty sure it was the hybrid damage build. I don't know how I thought we had 100% crit rate. I don't know why we don't have 100% crit rate on this. Oh, it's because the gauntlets. The gauntlets are going to go up to 50%. So this is going to actually land us at 112. Is that right? 112% crit rate. So that would allow you to, you know, swap out something else. Maybe we swap out this chess piece. You know, get a different chess piece. But, you know, again, this has 5 lower accuracy, but remember, actually, yeah, I think you're currently rocking a level 16. Are you currently running no, it is an accuracy chess piece. Okay. But we need the accuracy. So, you know, more speed, about the same accuracy on that preset. And still doing okay damage, you know, but that speed is so important. That speed is incredibly important. Yeah, and I would eventually shoot for an attack percentage chess piece for him. In fact, let's see. Did we pick one up? We did. We picked up this one. Roll me some accuracy. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Let's take this one all the way up. Let's see. We want I mean, we want accuracy or speed, probably. Any of them are good. Crit damage is fine. We rolled that new we got that new shield. Remember, we got that crazy good shield. It was speed, crit rate, and accuracy, and HP, I think. Oh, it's defense percentage. Yeah, this one. Let's see how this rolls. The one stat we didn't want. All right, accuracy is not bad. Crit rate. Let's take it way up. It's so. We're getting close to something really interesting. Okay. We've got a ton of extra crit rate. I enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it. I'm going to come back here to the perception stuff, and I want to do a weapon. Let's see if we get lucky. Speed, HP, and accuracy. Nice 4 stars, though. Look at that. That's actually beautiful, except for the main stat, but at least it's flat HP, which is not bad. Speed, crit rate, and accuracy, and it is 5-star. It might be usable. I really want... I'm not going to use any more charms. Just try one more time. Really want a weapon. Defense with accuracy, nice. I would have taken either of the other 2 stats. Give me a double speed. Not bad. $231 speed. We've gone up in accuracy and we've gotten out of the accuracy chess piece. So we've actually added 900 attack. Let's go ahead and glyph this out. Let's just see where we end up. This feels really nice. This feels like we're going to do well here. Send these. Just see. Okay. So we lose a tiny bit of crit damage, but we picked up almost with 67 speed. We picked up plus over 1,000 attack, plus 39 accuracy. $245. That's beautiful. And you have room for extra crit damage. Yeah, I mean, you traded it away a little HP. You got a little bit of defense. So defensively, he's basically the same. We still have 9% crit over, like we overshot on the crit rate a little bit. But for right now, with the speed and accuracy, I don't think we can do any better. This is what you would want to trade away, but you can't trade away the whole thing. You still need crit rate on the thing. So I think we want to do this. And then we want to go to Trumbor. We want to give him his speed boots back. There was a 5-star speed boot. I think this was the one I was thinking. And if we upgrade that one, that was unfortunate there. But so back to 219 speed. So I think he lost 5 speed. That's all. And he lost like 6 accuracy or something. But otherwise, he's basically the same. So now, if we go into Arena, okay, let's see. Let's see what this does. Right now, you see Wukong's going first. Wukong's going before Haikatoon. And he's not hitting a super, super hard, but he's buff stripping. He's giving you a little bit of extra damage. He would hit harder with the decreased defense and, all that stuff out there. He feels good to me now. He feels like he's in a place where you want him. He's going to give you more consistent buff shift. And again, once you can get this accuracy banner, you're going to be at 320 to 340 accuracy. So that is going to be massive. Because that's going to work probably in 90% of your, arena enemies. 320 accuracy is going to strip 90% of your arena. Like, if somebody is building enough resistance to resist 300 accuracy, then they're probably building enough resistance to resist 400 accuracy. Do you know what I mean? They're probably building enough to like resist as much accuracy as they possibly can. So I do think that there's a sweet spot for arena debuffers. Like if you're going for 100% debuff application, you need like 800 accuracy. You need crazy amounts of accuracy. So it's not really worth it. Like the amount of improvement you get from, say 400 to 800 is so small. So usually somewhere between 300 and 400 is the sweet spot for most arena-based debuffers. And the nice thing is that's also true for most dungeon debuffers and Doom Tower debuffers for most of it. When you get really, really high in Doom Tower, I think you max out somewhere around like, I want to say like 425 accuracy, something like that. Hard mode dungeons are 345 accuracy. So that's actually usually where I shoot for. I shoot for 345. So if you get a 6-star accuracy banner, that's going to give you 98 accuracy. So if you throw 98 accuracy onto this, you're talking about 341 accuracy, right? And then if you have any area bonuses, that's going to add to it. If you increase your Great Hall bonuses, that's going to do it. So like here, this one, right? For him. So you'll get that number. You'll get to that 345. I mean, what did we say? It was 340. You could even glyph it if you needed to, if you were like really stuck on a fight and you needed 100%. You needed 100%. So I think, moving forward, you're looking for a block debuffs champion, kind of cleanse block debuffs champion, like an Elva would be massive for this account. Elva would be absolutely huge. Or I think another champion, like that pure arena nuker So if you decide to go with Slixus, that's your option. Otherwise, you're looking for like a Genbo or a Skull Crown or a Magnar or a Legendary who does that job. I do think Deacon Armstrong would help this account a bit because it would allow you to get away from the High Katoon Tayrell duo because he basically does both jobs, right? He gives you turn meter decrease, he gives you the speed aura, he gives you the turn meter fill, he gives you the decreased defense. He doesn't give you the increased speed the way High Katoon does, but he's going to cover those two roles enough that you can slip another champion into that team, you know. But again, you don't know if you're gonna pull him ever. Like it could be a year before you pull him, so who knows. But there are champions like you're gonna look to add to, you know, the roster, and I do think you know, champions like Elva and Deacon, high utility champions, you don't need a lot more in terms of damage other than an arena nuker. I think, you know, an HP burn champion like Skrank would be huge. Skrank or Mordecai or Artak or Sissia Flametongue or, you know, somebody like that, that would be really valuable. We don't know what Thor is going to look like. Thor could be an HP burn champion. We don't know. You know, I mean, he's supposed to be like a lightning thunder champion. I don't know what that's going to translate to into thematically here. Would that be HP burn? Would it be stuns? You know, would it be a new, I mean, maybe they bring in a new buff with Thor. He's got a new debuff or something. I don't know. You know, maybe he's a weakened champion, but you know, obviously he's coming in the next couple of days. I mean, I think he's going to be announced tomorrow. So, you know, you're set up here. You're in pretty good shape for a run at Thor. You've got 3 sacred shards, enough ancient shards, and, you know, void shards and primal shards and mystery shards to do a summon rush. I don't know if you can do the champion chase as well. You don't have any fragment champions currently. So if you are going to go for Thor, you're going to have to make that decision. Do I do the summon rush? Do I do the champion chase? Can I get away with only doing one of them? Maybe you have to do enough to get like the full fragments from one. Like you might have to get 15 fragments from one and 5 fragments from the other, which could be tricky, but you do have a little bit of time. One thing to consider is Doom Tower. If you are anywhere close to, you know, a shard. So you've got this shard. If you can finish this off in time, that'll give you a shard. Obviously, you've got, you know, chances to get more sacred ancient shards. And, you know, you've got 6,000 gems here, which means if you have to, you can always come in here and buy the big shard packs, right? So you could probably get as many as 77 ancient shards by the time, you know, that rolls around. So you might be able to do both. Depending on what your energy looks like and all your other resources. All right. You're doing great, Dan. You're doing absolutely great. I don't have a lot else to say. Hopefully those rebuilds help you a little bit. And you know, the advice helps you a little bit, and good luck in the future. Let me know how it turns out. Let me know if this moves the needle on your clan boss team at all. It might. The Relentless Ninja with the more defense might actually get you another like 2 million or 3 million or something per key, which could start pushing you towards that 2 key nightmare. Because it looks like you're currently right around a 3 key nightmare. But the difference between a 3 key nightmare and a 2 key nightmare is not that much, right? A 3 key nightmare is like 13.5 million, and a 2 key nightmare is 20 million. You're talking about 6.5 million difference per key. That's not that much. Ninja's not going to get it on his own, but if you keep iterating and building, you know, maybe you get your High Katoon a little bit faster now. You know, you get that banner on her, get her 6-star ascended, get that banner on her, get another 10 or 20 speed, get another, you know, little bit of attack defense, and see what happens. All right, so that is it for the first one. 4 o'clock already. We did 2 hours. All right, so we are done with Gander and Dan. Thank you, Gander and Dan. Like I said, good luck. All right, we're going to do a second takeover. So let's go ahead. I've got about 90 minutes. I've got about 90 minutes, and then I've got to be done. So I'm going to reset the message in Discord. Let me just get to that. All right, so if you haven't done this before, you need to join my Discord. There is a link in the description of this live stream. Go ahead and click on that. You will instantly get into the Discord. You want to scroll down on the left-hand side until you see an area called the Coaching Corner. There is a channel. The channel is called the Wheel of Takeover. In that channel, there is a message by my editor, whose name is Sun. You want to go ahead and react once to that message. It doesn't matter if you react more times than once. It's totally fine, but you only need to react once. That enters you into the drawing. I'm going to spin the wheel. You can win one every 90 days, one free takeover every 90 days. So as long as you haven't won in the last 90 days, we're all good to go. I will shoot you a DM, give you a role so you can join me in a voice channel. You want to go ahead and join me in the voice channel, but first you want to DM me back your login information so I can get the login going. And then go ahead and tell me what kind of takeover you are interested in. And again, you want to join me in the voice channel and mute your live stream because there is a 10-second or so delay on the live stream. That's it. That's where we are. I think that's everything. I move kind of quickly these days because I've said this like 300 times. I've probably gone through that spiel 300 times. So, all right. So it's 4:07. I'm going to go at 4:10. I'm going to try to go at 4:10. Let's get into chat a little bit. Let's see who is chat. Ultimate Sun Knights is losing their CVC. That's unfortunate. You still got time. Still got time. Yeah, I save gems too. Can you show your Mithrala build real quick? Sure, I can show my Mithrala. Joshua Lynch. We've got 2 minutes to show. How's the paid takeovers? Yeah, so I do offer paid takeovers now. I just started back in July. So July and August. I've done a dozen or so far. Not as many as I thought I would get. There was a lot of interest right away, and then it kind of died off a little bit, I think, because the people who were most motivated all signed up right away. But yeah, they've been going well. I think they're all pretty effective. Sometimes, you get a takeover and it's like there was 1 or 2 speed tunes I did where it's like we created a speed tune for the clan boss, but you're not necessarily seeing an increase in damage yet because you still have other things to do, right? Still have to get your masteries done, still have to do all that stuff. And it's like, and ultimately you might want to change that speed tune in the future, but part of the takeover is also coaching. So it's like learning how to do a speed tune so that next time you don't have to pay me to do your speed tune. That's also worthwhile. Okay, so this is my Mithrala. I have had her in the past in Revenge accessories. I took them off of her for some reason. I took them off of her. I had her in some Revenge accessories. But as you can see, triple perception, defense percentage, and HP percentage. You want a good mix there. You do want defense on her, but you also need a decent HP pool. So as you can see, I got pretty good stats on her. She's not like crazy build. Probably more defense than I need. I could probably get away with dropping her defense down and building her HP here. So like I would say 80,000 HP for me would be ideal, and maybe like 4K defense. That would probably be enough. Yeah, that would probably be better. 257 speed. I wouldn't mind speeding her up a little bit. I would go as fast as maybe 270 with her, 275. I think 280 would be really fast. I think that would probably be too fast for her. Accuracy is at 704, and then the resistance at 274. So her resistance is actually 978. You can see, and then again, with area bonuses and stuff. So like, let's go for Hydra battles. You can see you get additional 32 accuracy and 40 resist. So here her resistance is super high. But again, you don't need resistance that high in PvE. You just need it in PvP. Except for this new dungeon, which drives me nuts. And of course, the new dungeon doesn't have an area bonus. You can't even get an area bonus for the event dungeon. Yeah, no crit rate. Crit damage doesn't matter. Dog is back. The dog is back. It's her 4th visit. And she visited me once before the live stream. So it's her 5th visit in 5 hours, which is a lot. Usually she visits me twice a day. So that's my Mithrala build. Okay, it is 4:10. I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel. Whoops. Oh, wait. I need to do this other thing first. Doggy dog. There we go. Good luck to all of you. Liking the flags today. We got some. What do we got here? Is that a Dutch flag? The application did not respond. Hang on a second. That was weird. Hey. All right, we're trying again. Your message could not be delivered. Okay, this is very strange. I don't know exactly what's going on. Let's try again. Let's see if there's a typo or something. No, this is not. Why is it? I've got a 5-star brimstone on her. Okay. Huh. All right, we've got to try again. I'm having some technical difficulties here. So I'm going to remove all the reaction. Actually, what I'm really going to do is all right. So what I have done is I have created a new message. It is my message now. Sun's message is gone. It is Colred's message. My dog is staring at me. It wants me to take her out. But yeah, go ahead and react to my message. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. There's something with the bot. There's an issue with the bot. We've never had this problem before. So I'm going to give it just a minute or two, and then we're going to give it a try. All right, I'm watching the reactions take over. Okay, they've slowed down now. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel. Let's see if this works. Nope, it's not working. All right, so the wheel of takeovers is broken. And I don't know what happened because we've already used it once today and it worked fine. It worked totally fine. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to change something up here. Let me I've got a couple of issues going on. Everybody hear me? My back is messed up. I think it's just from carrying the baby and like moving. So I had to put in the new car seat and stuff. So my upper back and my neck and shoulder are kind of all messed up. But thanks for asking. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get out of here. We're gonna do a new method just for right now because I just want to get this done. So what we're gonna do is here's the deal. I still will know if you've won in the last 90 days. The wheel doesn't tell me if you've won in the last 90 days. I have a way of keeping track of who's won. So what I'm going to do right now is I am going to, it looks like there are about 80 responses or so. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to pick a number. I got a number in my head. In chat, in the live stream, if you want to take over, pick a number between 1 and 100. The first person to pick the correct number gets the thing. You can only put in one number, by the way. Just put in one number. If you put in two numbers, I'm just going to take your first number. Okay, so that's it. I have the number in my head. I know what it is. And as soon as I see it, and by the way, if somebody else has picked your number, then it's the first person who picks that number. I'm not seeing the number yet. Hawk Gaming, I've seen you enter multiple numbers. Only one number per person. Only one number per person. If you haven't entered a number yet, but you want it. And again, if you've won in the last 90 days. Hawk Gaming has now entered 4 numbers. Okay. Alex has got a couple of extra. No. All right. All right. So the closest number that I have seen so far, and I'm going to go ahead and take, because I think we're there, is Wesley Wynn. Wesley Wynn. So, Wesley, congrats. Have you won in the last 90 days? I'm going to find out. So go ahead and shoot me a DM in my Discord. So if you are in the Discord, you just need to go ahead. You can see me. I'm the owner. I'm at the very top of the right-hand column. You can just click on me. And you need to right-click on me to send me a DM. Actually, is that true? You need to right-click on me? Or left-click on me? I don't know. Or you can just find me and... Yeah, nobody got the number, by the way. Nobody got the number. The number was 77. Wesley went 79. That was the closest I saw. I didn't see if did anybody get... Oh, Fila Sazai got 77. All right, Fila, if you contact me, you contact me. If you get me before Wesley, you're in. Fila Sazai got 77. The number was 77. So Wesley, I'm sorry. We're gonna go with I'm sorry. I feel bad. But Fila actually did get 77. I didn't see your 77. I'm sorry. I saw the 79, but not the 77. Yeah, I'm sorry, Wesley. Well, if Fila, let's see. So Fila, let me make sure that was Fila's first number. I think it was because Fila entered a second number afterwards. Y'all cheat. Y'all cheat. BM's got like 6 numbers up there. But that's okay. So Fila, if you want your free takeover, you need to send me a DM in Discord. I got to chase you down somehow. Let me see. I don't know. See, not everybody's Discord name is the same. Oh. Let's see. No, Phil is actually in the channel. I just need to send a DM. I'm sorry, Wesley. Phila is here. I feel bad. I'm only human. I make mistakes. And unfortunately, Wesley's got a little bit of... Wesley's paying the price right now. That, if that's the password, that's not working. This happens sometimes. People forget what their passwords are. So it's definitely that email. That is the correct email. But those passwords are not working. Sure. I can't tell you how often this happens. I was working with somebody who was doing a takeover. I don't want to reveal who it was, but I was doing a takeover. And this person had 2 email accounts, you know, like we all do. We all have 2 email accounts. And could swear up and down that, you know, the account was linked to one account when in fact it was linked to the other account. So like had a Yahoo account and a Gmail account and was linked to the, you know, one and not the other or whatever. And it took a while to get into the account and do the takeover. So that's not an infrequent thing. So what I would suggest, just as a general rule, is if you want a takeover at some point, whether it's a free takeover here or you come and you know, do a paid takeover, just check your email and log in and make sure. Like if you don't log in very often, I have a Plarium account, right? So I have my Plarium account. I don't just play on the phone. And so I actually have multiple accounts. And so I know that I have the password and email correct because I'm constantly switching accounts. But if you've only got one account and you played it for a year and you're like, oh yeah, I'm sure it's this. It's like, it might not be. It might not be. So, you know, you might want to double check that. Whoops. You have 6 email accounts. There's a thing that you can do, by the way, if you want multiple accounts, which is you can use the same email account, but you put a period anywhere in the email, and then it registers as a different email account, but it still goes to your same email account. So let's say, you know, my email, this email is, you know, colredplays at gmail.com. That's my business email. So you could do col.redplays or colred.plays or colredp.lays, you know, like however you want to do it. It could be c.olredplays, you know, like, and all of those would give you new accounts on Plarium Play or on Raid without actually requiring a new email address. So I used to generate a new email address for every game that I like wanted a multiple, like an alt account on, and now I don't do that anymore. Okay, I'll double check it. I'll try again. All right, so I'm going to add this account. And then let's try this. Maybe I was getting an extra space when I was copying it. No, it's still not working. Let me type it in. Let me see if that's what. Oh, is the first letter not a capital? That's what it was. That's what it was. You gave me the right password, but you used a capital letter. Okay, so you want take a look at your account, give me general advice. All right, I can do that. So let's go ahead and look at the logins. We're closing in on day 210, so 184. Just past Sill of the Drakes. Congratulations, you've got your Sill of the Drakes. That's awesome. And you're at level 75, so that's a pretty active account for 6 months. You don't have the Forge Pass right now, so I don't know if you're a spender. Let's go look at your roster. Doesn't look like you're a spender. We've got 9 legendaries. Are you a low spender? Those 9 legendaries in 6 months is a decent return. Although 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are free. so 3, 1, 2, 3 came from shards. So that could be legit. Yeah, low spender. Okay. Oh, free to play. Nice. Okay. Let's look at your 6-star champions. 30 6-star champions. Very nice in 6 months. I don't think I had 30 6-star champions until my account was a year old. Maybe more. So you've been grinding, my friend. You have been grinding. That is an impressive array of 6-star champions. You've got your Seer, your Geo, your Rector Draft. You got your Seeker. You do have your Lady Annabelle. You got your Arbiter, which is awesome. Sill of the Drakes. You've got your Skull Crown. Got your Cold Heart. You do have 2 starter champions, which I always hate to see. I hate to see that. But that's okay. It's not the worst thing in the world. Definitely not the worst thing in the world. And then you've already got your Loki to 50. I mean, it's champion training and CVC, so yeah. Got some food set up. Got a Selenia down here. I love Selenia. Ostrox is an interesting champion. Block buffs, debuff for 3 turns, which is really great. And then mini cleanse. Yeah, not bad. Godseeker. Ninja. Ninja is book. Book. Oh, Podrick is book. Got a book, Dark Elhain. Arbiter's not booked yet. That's okay. Seer is booked. Mostly. Geo is booked. Trunda? Nope. So the Drakes is mostly booked. You got that stun chance, which is nice. You haven't hit the the revive cooldown yet. So good on books. Yeah. So I mean, I like to take a look at, you know, where you are and where you stand in terms of things before I give too many. I would, by the way, I would unlock the first slot of all of these. The amount of XP that you get is definitely worth the gem investment. You've got this unlocked, so you're all set there. Obviously, don't do it right now because we've got a fusion coming up. Don't burn through those gems right now. But after the fusion is done, consider, you've got it unlocked if you're going for it. I don't know if you are going for it. If you decide not to go for it, then go ahead and unlock the Guardian Ring. I mean, you're not having trouble getting 6 stars, but that's a way to get a lot of food, you know, for free. So let's go ahead and check Arena. Gold 5 Arena, nice. Were you just in Arena? 4 minutes. All right, let's check Clan Boss. $21-ish million per key for Ultra Nightmare. Did you use a key on Nightmare yet? Okay. So 21 million means a 4 key. It's a comfortable 4 key, right? Because you need 71.9 million, I think. Oh, no. 70.28 million. Why did I think 71.9? Was it 39 million here? 39.1 million? I don't know. Yeah, okay. So you need 71 million, basically. So, 20 million per key is very comfortable. 20 million per key for a 4 key. But obviously, you'd like to bump that up to a 3 key or move towards a 2 key. So let's go ahead and look at your team here. Okay, so my guess is like these champions are built pretty well. This team is an okay team, but it's more of a glass cannon team, right? You have 3 damage dealers. Let's see. Who did you? What's going on here? I don't know why he was hiding. Bogwalker was hiding on. Okay, so you're using him for a decrease attack, increase defense, and reflect damage. And I think he's your aura. Is he the aura lead? The left-hand side of the lead, right? Yeah. Okay. So there are definitely some things we can do to upgrade that team. So one of the things about glass cannon teams, right? You got 3. You basically don't have a ton of defenses. You do have your Skull Crusher, who is giving you ally protection, which is nice, and also has unkillable for himself, which is fine. And then you have that increased defense. Right, then you have the increased defense. It's the lesser increased defense, by the way. That's a 30%, not a 60%, and the reflect damage, and the decreased attack. So, like those things all decrease attack, increased defense, and ally protection all extend your life. Not bad, not bad. Then you've got lifesteal, 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 right? And so you're really leaning into the healing aspect of it. And going, that's why you're extending the life of the team a little bit. Now, there are a couple of things that you can do. One is you can find maybe potentially better defensive teams that would extend the life of the team a little bit. You could maybe even add in another support, lean into that survivability, take away one of the damage dealers and go that route. The other thing that you could potentially do is say, okay, well, if I'm going glass cannon, why not amp up my damage even more? You do that with speed. You do that with increased attack buffs. You do that with weakens on the boss and stuff like that. Because right now, I think, let's see, you have a poison sensitivity and you're running poisons. But the only increased damage debuff that you have is this decreased defense. Because this guy brings nothing. He brings a heal reduction. And then Bogwalker brings no damage buff. So what we're looking for, hopefully, is a weaken or decreased defense or both. Right? So here we've got Duke the Pierce. Now, Duke the Pierce is giving you a decreased attack. Right? So he's giving you a decreased defense with that decreased attack. That's a bit better. I don't know that he's a great clan boss champion. He's actually pretty good for Hydra, but I don't know about, great for clan boss. If you're going, Let's see if there's a way there. Geomancer. Geomancer is huge for Clam. I think he has the accuracy for Nightmare. Ultra Nightmare. It's Ultra Nightmare 275. I've been small and been in a weird spot in the screen the whole time. Okay. So over here, right stages tool. Clan boss. Clan boss. Ultra Nightmare. It's 250. Sorry, not 275. So we need 250 accuracy. But I think where you are is good for, and you only need a little bit. Now you also have Geomancer in lifesteal. You have a lot of champions in lifesteal. So let's talk about lifesteal gear for a second. I really enjoy lifesteal gear. I think it's a great set for the early mid game and mid game, and it's got spot uses into the end game. I think people underutilize it. They think it's trash, and it's actually pretty good. It's primarily used on hard-hitting champions because it returns 30% of the damage that you deal as health. So you need to do a lot of damage. Specifically, the best way to, like, in a boss fight to get a massive health return is to land a Giant Slayer or War Master proc that's based on max HP of the clan boss, and then you get a massive return on your health. Otherwise, you need to hit a boss really hard, like a dungeon boss. You need to hit it really hard. You need to hit really hard to get a big return. Or you have to have an AoE that hits a wave pretty hard, and then you get a good return. So you're talking about, you need to be in the hundreds of thousands of damage to get a good return. So think of it this way. Like if you have 34,000 HP on your Kale. So if he hits an AoE wave for 100,000 damage, he's going to get a full heal on this. If he hits a boss for 100,000 damage, he's going to get a full heal, right? So that's what he needs to do. Now, you don't get a return from poisons. You don't get a return from HP burns, okay? So if you're leaning into that, like here, right, Frozen Banshee does most of her damage through her poisons. She doesn't do most of her damage through her direct damage. She's not running 100% crit rate anyway. So she's not critting. She's not going to be hitting really high numbers. So this lifesteal gear is probably not doing a whole lot for her. And you would be better off getting her into a set that emphasized her damage more. She has the accuracy, but maybe she could use more speed. Maybe you want to get more HP on her. Maybe you want to get her into a Relentless set so she goes more turns. Maybe you want to get her into a regeneration set so she never, so she just heals and heals and heals and doesn't die that way. Because that's the way you keep a tank alive. That's the way you keep a support alive, is not with lifesteal gear, but with regen, with damage reduction. So the sets that are going to keep you alive, if you're that kind of champion, are going to be regeneration, heals by 15% every turn. So if you're tanky and you're not taking 30% of your HP as damage, if you take only 10 or 8% of your HP as damage, then this heals you up much more effectively than lifesteal, right? What about Immortal? Immortal is a really nice set, right? This gives you max HP plus 3% heals every turn, right? So if you don't need a lot of healing, or you want to supplement the healing of a regeneration, so you could go regeneration and Immortal. Or if you've got heals elsewhere in the team, like if you have a healer, you have a Rector Drath, you have a Sill of the Drakes, they're generating the heals. Then now you don't need to generate the heals yourself. Now you can go with like a resilience build, HP and defense, or you can go with a stalwart set that reduces the damage you take from AoEs. Remember, two of the clan bosses' attacks are AoEs. This would literally reduce the damage you receive by 30%, right? So that's a massive reduction in damage. You could certainly use a set like, just defense, just adds defense, or you could use a set like Defiant is probably the best defensive set in the game. This is basically stalwart and defense put together, right? So if you do 4 pieces of this, you would get the 30% damage reduction that stalwart gives you, right? This gives you 30% damage from AoEs. So, but it's 4 pieces. This would give you 4 pieces, 30% damage from enemy AoEs, but it gives you the value of 2 defense sets, right? Or no, it's defense 15%. 15. So it gives you more than, it gives you 1 1/3 defense sets on top of the full stalwart set. This is the best set in the game for like keeping people alive in that scenario. And you could say, all right, I'm going to do Defiant. Maybe I need accuracy. So I'm going to do 1 Defiant and then I'm going to do perception or accuracy. Or maybe I'm going to do 2 Defiant and, or a Defiant and a resilience and a perception or an accuracy. So you can mix and match these sets and get more survivability than a lifesteal is going to give you. And I'm not, again, I like lifesteal. I'm not saying lifesteal is bad. I'm just saying you want to consider where all your healing sources are coming from. So for instance, here's the thing. If you have a leech debuff on the boss, let's see if you have somebody who has a leech. I think you do. Okay, so this is, so leech, right? So the leech debuff is basically like a lifesteal set in a debuff. It's not quite as powerful. It's not 30%. I think it's 18%. I think it's 18%. Let's go ahead and check. Yeah. Any champion that attacks a champion with leech debuff heals for 18% of the inflicted damage. So if you have 1 leech debuff on the boss in Clan Boss, and everybody's got War Master and Giant Slayer procs, that will probably give you full heals without the need for lifesteal sets, right? So that's really a better way to go, in the long run. Let's see if you have, maybe you have somebody in the vault who's got a good leech that you wouldn't mind running. Got a whole bunch, right? We've got Hitatsu, great champion. We've got Trumbor. We saw both of these on the last takeover, right? Trumbor has a weaken as well. So you've got that weaken that's going to increase the damage that you do. Plus you've got the leech, which is going to give you heals. Plus he's got the mini cleanse that can remove this stun. Plus he's got an ally protection and an increased defense for himself. So that's going to increase your survivability. Plus he's got this ability, which was whenever this champion is attacked, has a 20% chance of decreasing the duration of all debuffs on this champion by 1 turn. Doesn't really play. The only thing it plays for is the poison. But so Trumbor could mix into your team and provide you with a lot of survivability and allow you to get all of those champions out of lifesteal gear and into sets that either do more damage or create survivability in a different way in terms of defense or passive mitigations or something, right? Lorne is actually not bad for... Lorne is pretty good for Fire Knight. So you got a triple hit on the A1, and then you've got 100% turn meter decrease on the A3. And he does have a leech and a heal reduction on the A2, so, I don't think he's great for Clan Boss. Vildrax is good for Hydra with the AoE Hex, but also has a leech on the A1. Not as great for Clan Boss. Old Gruckus is not bad for a couple of things, actually. He's actually pretty good for Fire Knight as well. He's got a lot for Fire Knight. Triple hit. He's got the leech. He's got the decreased speed. He's also got a chance of decreasing turn meter. And then he's got a decreased attack and a heal reduction. All good things for Fire Knight. But I think out of these, I think your best 2 options are Hitatsu and Trumbor. Now, Hitatsu is already level 50 and somewhat built, right? Not built, but level 50. Whereas Trumbor is level 15 and not built. So those champions or champions like those could extend the life of your team. So if you wanted to do that, that's certainly an option. Another champion that you could bring in would be Rector Drath. She gives you a decreased attack, another option for a decreased attack. She gives you heals. She gives you a perfect veil, which is a damage mitigator. She also gives you a revive if you need it. In addition, you've got Morag Bronzelock. Morag Bronzelock brings a strengthen buff for your team, which is going to extend the life of your team. Plus, she's got an ally attack, which brings a lot of extra damage. So, you know, I like Geomancer. Geomancer has this passive that decreases damage all allies receive by 15% and deflects that damage onto each enemy under an HP burn debuff placed by this champion. So you get this passive damage mitigation. So there are ways to extend the life of your team. Oh, you actually have Tagore. Tagore's decent as well. Yeah, not as good for clan boss. It's got an increased speed with a heal. He's got this shield and an increased defense. But so I think, you know, that's I just noticed you've got Taragi. He's the best epic ally protector in the game. He's got the decreased attack on the A1. He's got the passives that let him add poisons to the boss. He's got the shield and the ally protection plus the reflect damage. He's got a self heal as well. I mean, you've got so many options. You've got a lot of great options. I think you need to get away from. I think you need to get away from Bogwalker. I think at the very least you need to swap Bogwalker out. Get an aura that's going to actually be effective. You know, whether it needs to be an all battle aura. All battle auras are the only auras that work against clan boss. Dungeon auras do not work. Okay. So the first thing I might do is just throw in Geomancer. I might just throw in Geomancer in Bogwalker's place and see what happens. That's going to give you more HP. That's going to extend your life. That's going to give you that damage mitigation. That's going to extend your life. He does damage with the reflect, so that's going to get you more damage. So just that one swap might be significant. And then you have additional options after that, you know. It can be really hard to get your starter champion out of this initial lifesteal gear because it's so good. Even the 4-star stuff that you get when you first log in, it's hard to get away from that. Okay, so this would give you a weaken, and I think, what you're losing is the decreased attack and the increased defense, right? So it's like, okay, let's try to replace that now. Let's see what happens. Who can we bring in that does that? And Duke does that. He does both. Decrease attack and decrease defense. I'm sorry, decrease attack and decrease defense. We want to increase defense. There's a decrease attack. Yeah, fitting Geo and Ninja in together can be tough. Can be. There's another route we haven't talked about. There is another route that we haven't talked about yet, which is another option that you could do. Which is leading into the glass cannon and just speeding up your team. Just going as fast as possible. You know, so what you could do, let's say, is something like so let's say you did I mean, in this it's not perfect, but let's say you did Kale as your lead, Ninja and Frozen Banshee as the other two damage dealers, Apothecary and Grand Oak Podrick, right? So what would happen here, actually, maybe not even Apothecary, because Podrick by himself, he brings you the increased speed on a 3-turn cooldown. And he gives you a 20% turn meter fill. So that's actually better than Apothecary's, who is 15. Yeah, so Podrick actually gives you what Apothecary gives you, so we don't need him. We don't need both. And he's going to give you the increased attack buffs on all the damage dealers. So that speeds you up and gives you an ally attack. And then I guess you could just leave. You could maybe leave Skull Crusher in. Or if you wanted to swap out Skull Crusher, I mean, you could bring in Morag, or you could bring in Skull Crown. How is Skull Crown? He doesn't have enough accuracy to land or weaken. Your Seeker's fast. All right, so this is an unkillable team, right? And it gives you a 3-to-1 ratio. But here's the thing. It doesn't have to be unkillable. Right? Like the speed tune works regardless of if it's unkillable. It'll get you to a 3-1 ratio. The question is, how many turns would you get out of it? Right? Like if you had heals, let's say, and just you were just going glass cannon, how much damage would you get? Could you go 20 turns? You know, could you go 22 turns, 25 turns? Because if you could get 25 turns out of this, you could potentially do a ton of damage. You know, like that's possible. But it's like this is tough. There are 2-to-1 speed tunes that I'm wondering might be better. but you have a fast Seeker, so I'm wondering if I'm trying to think of if there's a Haikatoon Seeker combo that doesn't use Demitha that I can't think of one right now. Let's see. This is only for Nightmare, it looks like. Not for Ultra Nightmare. This could be interesting. That's a slow speed booster, isn't it? Let's just see this. Yeah, I get it. I don't love it. All right, so there's this speed tune, which works in Nightmare. Looks like it speed tunes for Brutal, although, you know, it just gets by. And then this is Ultra Nightmare. And these speeds are going to be relatively reasonable for you to reach. The issue is going to be Ninja. Because Ninja throws off speed tunes because of that A1. But let's say we did Haikatoon, and then instead of Apothecary, let's say we did Paudrake. So it still tunes. We can see that it tunes. We just had to drop his speed a little bit because he's natively faster than Apothecary. And then put the delay back on. And you've got a 2-to-1 speed tune here. And the nice thing about this 2-to-1 speed tune is, you know, obviously Paudrake brings some sustain with that continuous heals. But he also, you can't, never mind. You can't do it. I was thinking he has the cooldown reduction on his A1, and that would give you like more attacks with your DPS. But if that cooldown reduction hit Haikatoon's speed, like, you know, her A2, then she would throw it at the wrong time, and that would throw off the speed tune. That would throw off the speed tune. All right. So, but you have these two champions, and they're both. I think Haikatoon is 5 stars, right? No, not Dark Kale. Kale. Okay, so the issue here is simply the ninja. And can we slow him down and Oh, it looks like it actually comes close. If we slow him down a little bit, it'll speed tune. Now you can mess around with this, and maybe in one of the others, you know, in one of the other DPS spots, there is a speed that would work. But you know, so Ninja is hard to speed tune. That's my point, right? Ninja is hard to speed tune because he gets that turn meter fill from his A1. But one of the things that you could do if you wanted to is just go fast. And forget about, since we're not speed tuning anyway, you could just throw in Podrick. Like, just throw him in. You know what I mean? Just build High Katoon as fast as possible. Build Podrick as fast as possible. Put them both in the team. Have one delay the speed, like the increased speed, so that at least they're on different cycles. And then run your three, like run Ninja. Run, you know, Frozen Banshee and Kale. And just go as fast as possible and fire off as many skills as possible. If you have Ninja in a, you know, Relentless set, if you can do that, that's awesome. You know, but maybe you need to keep them in lifesteal in order to get that done. But literally, it's just like get his passive ramped up as many times as possible. Have him use his A3 as many times as possible. You know, the thing here is, it's not, I don't love this team composition. You're getting some decent success out of it, but here's the reason why I don't love it. Poisons are about getting lots of turns. You get that percentage hit every turn. You're using War Master and Giant Slayer or whatever, you know, you're landing those. It's all War Master. But you're landing War Master, you're landing the poisons, you survive, and every time the boss goes, all those poisons tick. And that's what does the damage. You've got the poison sensitivity up there, and that's what happens. So with this team, you want to extend the life of your team. That's also true for Ninja. He gets damage out of getting around to his skills again, getting his HP burn off. So I think when you're going fast here, that works for like direct damage dealing, right? People who do champions who do their damage primarily from hitting, not from debuff. And these are all debuff champions. So I honestly think the better way to do this is to go like tanky. Go tanky. Go Taragi the Frog and Trumbor or whoever, Geomancer, right? Pull Ninja out. Pull Ninja out for now. Experiment with him out. And get Geomancer and Banshee and Kale, or just Geomancer and Frozen Banshee, or just Geomancer. Just Geomancer. Get 45 turns out of Geomancer. He might be enough to get you a 2-key Ultra Nightmare without anybody else. Like, you get 4 support champions and a Geomancer, and just let Geomancer get, 40, 45 turns of hits. And that would take, a very different team than the one you have, which is why it's like, it's kind of tricky where you are, because you have options. If you want to go with direct damage, you've got ally attackers that can increase your direct damage. You've got Podrick and Morag Bronzelock. Both of them will increase the direct damage that you do, because every ally attack brings everybody. If you want to go fast, you've got Seeker, you've got Apothecary, you've got High Katoon, you've even got Podrick if you can figure that out. That's going to let you go fast. If you want to go slow and tanky, you've got Taragi the Frog, you've got Geomancer, you've got Rector Drath if you need her, you've got, options here. You've got Skull Crusher, you've got Duke the Pierced, you've got, so it's like you can go slow and tanky. You can literally do any of them. You just have to pick one and invest in it. That's the problem. It's not so much that these can't work, like one is better than the other. It's not that. They can all work. It's that you have to invest in the champions in a particular direction, and then what happens if in a month you pull a Demitha, right? What happens if in a month you pull a Helicat, or a double, you get two man-eaters in the next Void Shard pull event, and then that changes your build entirely. And so all of that time and effort and resources that you invested might ultimately change. And so that's the scary thing here, right? But what I would say is it feels like you have some good options. I think that you could do more than one. Like you could do more than one of those and have them succeed. I like Chiragi the Frog. I like Morag. I like Rector. I like Geomancer. Like those 4 champions in a team give you a whole bunch of stuff. They give you damage mitigation from a passive plus the reflect damage. You've got the Perfect Veil, which is damage mitigation. You've got a Strengthen, which is damage mitigation. You've got the Ally Protect, which is damage mitigation. Now all you need, and you got 2 decrease attacks from 2 different affinities. You've got a Weaken that's going to increase the amount of damage you bring. Now, if you can just find, maybe, this is heals as well. Maybe you would need like an increased defense or something, or a second ally protector, or somebody who gives you a good increased defense. Mausoleum Mage might be a good fit for this, because not only is he going to give you additional heals. Yeah, you got to worry about his turn meter fill. So again, we come back to Trumbor. He's got the other ally protect. His increased defense is only on himself. Hatatsu. Hatatsu brings you the decrease attack. He brings you that leech, which gives you more healing. He brings you that increased defense, continuous heals, and he can even cleanse a stun from himself. So one of the issues about this team is that we were just talking about is like you don't have a way to deal with the stun. Right? So a stun could break your speed tune. Like if you're talking about Chiragi, Geomancer, Rector, and Morag, you don't have a block debuffs or a cleanse. Now, what you could do is throw all of those champions together and get Skull Crusher. And if Skull Crusher is the stun target, then you're fine, because he actually has a passive that removes the stun from himself. Won't work on Spirit Affinity, right? You're still kind of screwed up for Spirit Affinity. But it's like, that could be a really good team. Let's see, is there a... Yeah, I think that the champion that probably gives you the most would be Mausoleum Mage. The problem being this turn meter fill. But each ally's turn meter by 15 if 2 or more debuffs are removed from that ally. So if you're not removing two, it looks like you don't get turn meter fill. So I think that's the way to go. I think Mausoleum Mage solves the problem. And potentially can actually solve Spirit Affinity too, because you have the block debuffs. You have the increased defense, which you need. So let's, just real quickly, because I don't have a lot of time. I've got about 10 minutes. But let's go look here. Oh, you have Ferrican the Fat? Here's the, I mean, that's not bad. I don't know that you need him though. I actually think Morag might do better for you with a straight defensive team. So let's look here. Let's get a calculator page. All right. So the question is, who would be the lead on that team? Geomancer, I think, right? Yeah, you'd want Geomancer. So let's say we did Geo, Rector. Actually, no. Let's go Taragi here. Morag. And more. Okay. And now we want it, an Ultra Nightmare team. Let's start with everybody up faster than the boss. So we don't need Geomancer too fast, but we don't want him to be slow. We'll have to figure out the placements. But we do want Taragi the Frog to be in the right place for the ally protect. That's really important. So let's go ahead and we'll say 210 here. Let's keep Taragi slow. We'll keep him at 191. Rector Drath will be like, it doesn't matter. 205. Say 210. Oh. And then Mausoleum Mage at like, okay. So as you can see, people kind of move around in different spots depending. You need to create some more space here. So let's actually drop Morag slower. Drop her to like 195. Create a little more speed with Geo. All right, now I got to double check the cooldown on Taragi the Frog. It might be a 4-turn cooldown. If it's a 4-turn cooldown, then we have to have a 4-3 ratio. A 3-turn cooldown. And let me just check. I guess I don't have to. It's in the calculator. It's right here. All right. So if we're going to actually, Rector Drath would be better off at a 4-to-3 ratio. And I think Mausoleum Mage might be better off at a 4-to-3 ratio. Morag Bronzelock is probably okay because her Strengthen is on a 3-turn cooldown. But maybe we also want her at a 4-to-3 ratio. Potentially, that's more damage. So actually, let's go back here. There is, if we go to 4-to-3, there are 2 speed tunes. There's 3 4-to-3 champions alternate, and then there is 3 4-to-3 champions, which I think is over here. 3 4-to-3 champions. Okay. So let's go ahead and look here. Okay, so in this spot, we would probably want, this would be a Taragi. And then the purple is also only going, only going once per turn. So that would be Geo. And then your 4-to-3s would be Rector and Morag and Mausoleum Mage. We lost the speed tune somewhere along the line. Why did we lose the speed tune? These are all through speed. 228, 176, 225, 225. That makes no sense. Why did we lose the speed tune? Geo's going too fast? All right, so this is confusing to me because the boss is going at 190 speed and Geo is going at 176 speed. So why is he going second? Why is he going up here? How is it that he's going that fast? Like, that shouldn't happen. He shouldn't go before the boss if he's running slower. There's no speed boosts on the team, right? There are no speed boosts on this team. Where's Mausoleum Mage? Why? Why is this happening? This makes no sense to me. Why would Geomancer go here? Does Geomancer have a passive that makes him jump? I don't have a Geomancer, so like, is there something I don't know about Geomancer? No. Let's see if I put Kale. All right, so what should happen is the two champions that are going slower than the boss at 190. Let me do this. Let me do that. The two champions that are going slower than the boss should go after the boss. Like they should. This is just wrong as far as I can tell. There's got to be something going that's making this purple champion go here where they should not be going. Anybody have any ideas what's going on? I have no idea what's going on. Rector fills turn meter. Okay. Rector fills turn meter on her A3, and she shouldn't be using her A3. Thank you. Let's see if that's it. Where are we? Here. So she's opening with her A3. You're right. She's opening with her A3. So this should be off. Turn that off. There we go. Holy cow. That was the weirdest thing. I could not figure that out. I appreciate the shout out. Rector Drath using her revive that's giving turn meter fill, which is a problem now. Because now we can't use her revive. I mean, once we need a revive, the tune is broken, right? Because she gets a perfect veil off of her A2 anyway, which is fine. So we should just shut off her A3, and that's fine. But okay, so now all of a sudden we have a speed tune. God, that was awful. Okay. So we want the buffs to go up at the right time. That's important. Now, one of the things about like, okay, do you want this one or do you want this one is where the buffs actually end up. Right, so like here, going last, he's putting up his ally protection, so everybody has ally protection. But what's going to happen, Mausoleum Mage is going twice here in the middle column. So when it comes down to Clan Boss AoE, Mausoleum Mage will not have ally protect. Right? The other thing is, with the ally protect, when the ally protect is up, you want either your strengthen or your increased defense or your perfect veil or all of them up when he takes the hit. So I think, based on what we're looking at, it might be better to swap the speeds of Mausoleum Mage and Rector Drath. So let's drop her to 225 and speed him up to 228. So now he's going over here. And that gives him an opportunity to cleanse the slow on Spirit Affinity. So his A3 is the cleanse. And his A2 is the block debuffs. So if we can get an A3 here and an A2 there, that would be the ultimate A2, no, A3 here and A2. I don't know if we get that. There we go. A3 here, which is the cleanse. A2 here is the block debuffs. Taragi the Frog cannot be the stun target. That shouldn't be too hard. I think we can do that. That's it. That's all we have to do. Taragi the Frog does not the stun target. Okay, now we want Taragi the Frog's Ally Protect to go up the bottom of the first column. So that's his A3, right? There we go. That works. So his let's bring Geo back in. So, you know, the bottom of each column where it says AoE, like that's the boss's attack, right? So we always want to make sure that we're set up for the boss's attack in the right way. So Taragi the Frog is putting his A3 up right here, and then the boss is attacking. That means everybody has Ally Protect, but that means that Taragi's at risk, right? Because he could die to that AoE. So this means we want to have an increased defense, a strengthen. We want those skills up at the same time. So right now he's got the increased defense because Mausoleum Mage is putting it up right here, and that stays up. But then it eventually will swap off, right? You can see like once it tunes, Mausoleum Mage is putting his increased defense up on the second AoE, which is fine. Like that's fine. Happens there. It's good. But that means we probably want the strengthen over here on the A1, or we want the perfect veil, maybe the perfect veil, and the strengthen over here. So let's see about, so the strengthen is the A2. We want to prioritize that. We're going to do that more than the ally attack. It's important to have that strengthen up 100% of the time. Actually, she is in a, never mind. She's in a 4-3 anyway. So we need to force it into the right spot. So there we go. Okay. So now everybody would have why is the increased defense coming around? Oh, the increased defense is on the 4-turn cooldown. Is that why? No, he's changing. What's going on here? Okay, so Mausoleum Mage. Does his A2. You need his A3. There. Yeah, I don't know if we can do this for Spirit Affinity. This is going to be a little bit tricky to do for Spirit Affinity. Because it has to come into tune. It's not working immediately. I'm sure we could figure it out, but I'm out of time. I'm out of time. But we're pretty close here. Now this is 3 champions at 4-3 and 2 champions at 1-1, right? Now Geomancer doesn't have to go fast to do damage. He does his damage based on reflect. And he's got a 3-turn uptime on his debuffs. So that means he'll have 100% uptime on his weaken. You have the ally protect, so you have that up the whole time. You have the strengthen and the increased defense to keep everybody alive. You have the perfect veil to help keep everybody alive. This is where clan boss speed tuning comes down to the experimental phase. You've got to get into the fight and see if this works. The speeds are all manageable. You can see the fastest speed is 228. The slowest speed is 172. Not too bad. Not too bad, right? So it's manageable. But the question is, can you do it with some stalwart gear? Maybe you want a guardian set. Like, who do you put a guardian set on? Right? A guardian set could be helpful, could keep Taragi the Frog alive. So a guardian set takes 10% of the damage. It's like a mini ally protect. And so that helps. What do you need? You know, so that could help. Maybe people in stalwart sets reduce the amount of damage that Taragi the Frog has to ally protect. Right? So it's like there's all of this. Maybe, you know, maybe Mausoleum Mage needs to be retuned and slightly different to work for Spirit Affinity. There's this 4/3 speed tune, and then there's this other 4/3 speed tune, which you can see is actually distributed differently. Right? So it's like here what we have, right? If you look at this is what I call a 6-6-6. It's 6 turns in column 1, 6 turns in column 2, 6 turns in column 3. Right? Now, what that means is you're getting 18 turns, right? 18 champion turns. So if you think about, like, you have 3 champions at 4/3. That means each of them get 4. That's 12. And then 2 champions at 3. So that's 6. So 12 and 6 is 18. Getting 18. Right? Now, if we go over here to this one is also 18. But it's not 6-6-6. It's 7-6-5. Right? So it's still 18, but it's 7-6-5. Now, this distribution might work better. Like the other one that we were just dealing with, it's like, okay, that works. Like theoretically, it's starting to come together. But we might want to mess around with this speed tune, because what you'll notice here is everybody just goes once in the 3rd column, and that might be better for our ally protect, you know, or it might be better for our keeping our strength and buff up, or keeping our perfect veil up, or whatever. So this is where it comes down to like really getting into the nitty gritty and working on it. What you've got in terms of champions allows you the potential to make a very cool speed tune. Now, my editor, whose name is Sun, did something like this. He created a speed tune that was basically a mix of 1-1 champions and 4-3 champions. Right? He used Taragi. He used Ally Protect. He used Geomancer. And he built a speed tune that got him about 40 to 45 turns. It wasn't an unkillable, but it still got close to the 50 turn unkillable mark. You know, it started off at like 33, and then he worked it to 38, and then 40, and then 42, and then 43, and then 45. You know, like he worked at it, and he kept iterating and iterating until it got to a very comfortable 2-key Ultra Nightmare, 1-key Nightmare, 1-key Brutal. So he does 4 keys a day. He gets 6 chests. It's not a 1-key Ultra Nightmare, but it's, you know, he's pulling down 45 million in 1 key. So it 2 keys every affinity, you know, 1 keys every affinity of Nightmare. I think it, you know, there might be like 5% of the time it doesn't, but basically it does. And it, you know, and he worked on it, and then worked on it, and worked on it. So that's where you are. Like, you have that option. Now there's a completely different route which you can go. Right? Which is what we were talking about before, which is like glass cannon. You're like, I just have powerful champions and I want to throw them in, you know, throw in Ninja, build them as well as you can build them to hit as hard as you can possibly build them, throw them in with Podrick, who gives him extra, you know, like hopefully cooldowns and speed and all of that stuff, you know, throw them in with a weakened champion and a decreased defense champion, whatever. Like if you know, with ally attackers, like do that. Just the bare minimum you need to survive to keep the team going, and then just go for damage, and don't tune it. Don't even bother. Just literally crank as fast as possible. And the burden in terms of like effort to get the team working is so much lower, but the control you have is so much lower. Right? Like, I would say Podrick, Seeker, Ninja. Like those 3, right? Maybe with a high Katoon and a weakened champion. And again, I forget who we've got as weekend champion. I know we've got Geomancer. You know, Arbiter, if you build Arbiter really fast, put her in place of Seeker, you know, bring her in. You could still try Geo. There's no reason why you couldn't try. Maybe he's the minimal amount you need to like get 25 turns or 30 turns, you know, and that might be enough. And that might actually do more damage than that other perfectly speed tuned. It might not. It might not. You might need another champion before you really get there. You know. But if you're going to go that route, you want a decreased defense that's going to be pretty consistent. You want a weaken that's going to be pretty consistent. You want an increased attack that's going to be pretty consistent. You need to maximize, and then you want, you know, those ally attacks or counter attacks, preferably ally attacks, and turns. So, Fat Man, you have Fat Man. Fat Man would be great with that team, right? Bring in, let's say you did Podrick, Arbiter, Fat Man, Ninja, Geo, or Haikatoon, or Morag, or Mausoleum Mage, like as that fifth champion. Just mess around with that fifth champion until you find one that clicks. Right? Try Seeker and Arbiter. You know, like just like Ninja. The beautiful news of this is Ninja is enough by himself to get you a 1-key Ultra Nightmare. Like in the right speed tune, he's all you need to generate 80 million damage. Geomancer, by himself, is enough in the right speed tune to generate 80 million damage. Maybe not quite as much. Maybe like 40 or 50 million damage. And maybe you need, you know, a little bit of help to get to that 1-key. But Ninja is typically enough to get to a 1-key. Geo is typically enough to get to a 1-key in the right speed tune, which means, you know, if you throw one other damage dealer in there and you can make the speed tune work, that might be enough. Or you throw in like, you know, something funky like an ally attack, you know, with Podrick or something, that might be enough. Might be enough. I don't know that it is, but you should definitely do better than the 4-key Ultra Nightmare that you're currently doing if you pursue one of these. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know ultimately how long it's going to take to get you there, but I would say, you know, within a month, you should be able to get a 2-key, I think a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, or at the very least a 3-key Ultra Nightmare on its way towards a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. You know, and the only champion that might still be in the speed tune when all is said and done is Ninja. And I wouldn't just like blow up the team unless you're going to build that speed tune. I would say, you know, go ahead and work your way through the iterations. You know, say like, all right, let's pull out Bogwalker here. Let's put in Haikatoon. Let's see how that works. Right. Let's make sure we have a lead where the aura actually adds something to the team, you know, or let's pull Bogwalker out here and just put Geomancer in. Just do that, you know, or I mean, you know, as far as diagnosing the current team that you have, it's obviously going to be very strong against Magic, Spirit, and Void, but weak against Force because everybody's the same affinity. Like all your damage dealers are the same affinity. So like having a Geo and you know, I know Geo and Ninja don't synergize perfectly, but having damage dealers of different affinities gives you a little bit more kind of consistency with your score. So rather than being like, you know, hugely scoring against Spirit and then awful against Force, like you can kind of be a little bit more even. And so that can be worthwhile as well. By the way, one other champion you could think about, depending on how close you are, is Razin. It looks like you are one rare away from Razin. So Razin gives you a decreased defense and weaken on the same skill on a 3-turn cooldown. He also has a chance to remove a random buff from a target, which is the affinity clan bosses get an increased attack. So removing that increased attack can actually be really beneficial as well in extending the life of your team. So he brings you the debuffs to get you the damage, Plus, he removes the buffs that can extend your life a little bit. And he's just good in a lot of places. So, if you wanted to think about Razin in the near future, especially if you pull that last rare, Spikehead, unfortunately, it cannot be farmed, I don't think. Yeah, this is not a farmable. Not that one. This is not a farmable. Yeah, he's got to be pulled from a shard. Another thing is build your Arbiter, build her soon, because you got a beautiful arena team. You've got actually some really nice options for arena teams. Obviously, with both Skullcrown and Trunda, like you're all set for damage. You don't have to worry about damage. But I think Arbiter paired with Apothecary or Haikatoon gives you everything you need to get to your last two spots. You could also skip that and just use your War Maiden or your probably your War Maiden or your Duke the Pierced for your drop defense, right? So you could just go directly into that, and then you could bring your two nukers, Trunda and Skullcrown, or you could bring one of the nukers with Ninja, let Ninja freeze everybody, be the second damage dealer. You could also even do a blender comp, because you do have Ferric in the Fat. So you could do a blender comp with Skullcrown, and I believe I saw did I see Sinesha? No, I didn't see Sinesha. Okay. You actually also have Dark Elfane, who's pretty great in arena. So you got her as a nuker as well. So you're all set for nukers. You're all good for nukers. You have any questions? Anything I can help you with before I take off? You are welcome. One of the hardest challenges for an early or mid game player is locking down that clan ball. And I know, I struggled a bit here to more clearly define what you should do, because to a certain extent, it really depends on how you like to play and what direction you want to go. If you enjoy the puzzle aspect of speed tuning a clan boss team, and you're willing to invest and learn how to use the calculator and do that, you've got a 2-key Ultra Nightmare team here already built for the most part. If you don't, and you just want to throw a speed, fun, fast speed team at it, you could try that, and see what works. And it may be that if you go that route, hopefully someday you've got powerful enough champs that you just either overwhelm it with sheer like champion power, or you'll finally say to yourself, oh, I pulled my Demyth, and now I want to make a speed tune. And that speed tune is so well covered that you'll just be able to do it and get it done. You'll do the Myth Air, or you'll do the Myth Ruelva, or whatever it is. And you'll just have your speed tune done. But in general, like, I like the champions that you've built. You're going in the right direction. I do think, think about getting out of some of these lifesteal sets, in the long run. Lifesteal, again, is primarily for hard hitting damage dealers. So if you have there was somebody here like Geomancer doesn't get the reward from lifesteal. So get him out of a lifesteal, get his accuracy going, get him nice and tanky, right? Get him real defensive. He doesn't, well, you got him already pretty tanky. So, but perception sets are good for him, or, you want to mess around with that, that defiant, those defiant sets that you have, and guardian sets for people. Also shield sets, bolster sets. There are other sets that you can use defensively that would be valuable. So, all right, that is it for me today. Went a little bit longer than I expected to. I got to run. We've got friends coming in from out of town, and I got to go cook dinner. I'm excited. We're making barbecue chicken. Actually, I'm making shredded chicken, like sandwiches. So I'm excited. I like making barbecue. All right, thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks to my 2 Takeover contestants. I do always appreciate being allowed to tool around on people's accounts. It is an expression of trust, and I appreciate that. And I got to click the red dots. I will be back next Tuesday for another Takeover Tuesday. So if you didn't win today and you're looking for one, just wait a week. Also, remember, I offer paid Takeover services now, so you can just reach out to me in Discord, just send me a DM, and I will tell you the scheduling and pricing information. But that's also a good option if you don't feel like waiting and you don't mind, investing a little bit. I would say that the value of getting a Takeover is probably greater than the value of spending that money in game for most players. I'm like, you could go buy shards or books or something, but spend it here with a content creator and probably get more progress out of it. So just consider that as well. All right. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate you. I will see you soon.